All right, let's continue. All right, so we wanted to finally get to second scenario, which we saved for last.
Yes,
We're also
welcome.
going to talk to. Pardon?
Wait, I was gonna say, um, since we probably were having a hard cut right there, welcome to the final part of this podcast. If you've tuned in for this entire thing, I'm sorry,
Me
but
too.
but thank you also.
I'm not sure what it says about us. I'm also not sure what it says about someone listening to the whole thing. But happy they're here. Uh, but yeah, so we're for this last part, we want to talk about second scenario because it's really the main meat of the story, what Kodaka wanted to tell, and also where a
Yep.
lot of the themes
Yep.
lie that we wanted to talk about.
After 10
As for
hours, we're
ranking it,
finally at the main part of the story.
yeah, as for ranking it on our tier lists, I had second scenario as my S rank and Rebellion. That Rebellion split at A rank, and then you had second scenario and Rebellion both at A. So we both clearly value this part pretty highly.
When I had it at, I believe I had a second scenario and I had second scenario in S, I thought. Did I?
Nope, I just checked.
Oh yeah,
You
no,
can't lie to me.
I remember I remember my reasoning now.
You sneaky little guy. I know you didn't. All right, so I want you guys to follow this journey for me real quick. So you're a young man living in this domed society. You're Takumi, right? And you and your friend are just living your life. You're attacked by monsters. You're suddenly told to stab yourself with a sword to unlock some powers. And you're brought to this school with all these other random people. You're told to protect it for 100 days. And then the guy in charge dies. And then some girl is like, hey, I got this. I'll be in charge. And she makes some pretty rough decisions. And then she dies. And
Yeah,
then you're left defenseless with all these people who you barely know to guard this place for 100 days. So that's awesome. And things
this
just
one
keep
guy
going.
you really hate gets turned into a marketable plushie along the way.
Yeah, I mean, little egg-shaped boy. Maybe that's just how things have to be. And you go through and you're having this adventure, and all sorts of crazy things happen. And you get to the end. You're finally at the end, and the final boss shows up, and she's crazy powerful. And you and this girl Nozomi, who looks a lot like your best friend, are the only ones there to fight her because you got tricked. And then she kills her, and then to rub salt in the wound, it turns out Nozomi, was your trusted ally, who just proved herself to everyone, was actually secretly your best friend all along. So she's also dead. So that sucks. You beat the final boss in a huge bloody fight. Everything's over. And your most trusted ally, Mr. Ato here, has said, "Hey, we fought this long. We should at least find out why." And you're like, "Yeah, that makes sense." And you go in and you meet this mysterious flame boy, and you finally find out what you were protecting all along. Just kidding. Ato betrays you. He kills the flame boy, rendering your whole mission pointless. He was actually evil all along. He effing hates you and everyone. Yada yada. All right, I guess I gotta kill my most trusted ally too. And you somehow do it, and you absorb him, and then you look at your hands and you realize, wow, everything we did was for nothing. I got ripped away from my family, and my best friend died, and my most trusted allies died, and we don't know why we were here, and everything we were doing was for nothing. Uh, but don't worry. Mr. Flameboy shows back up and he says, hey, you can use your power to time travel back to the start. And you say, I might as well.
There's
Because
nothing
everything we
bad
did
that
was
can
for
happen
nothing.
from this.
Yeah, nothing bad can happen from this. I have nothing else to do here. I might as well, right? You go back in time. Wow, it worked. You managed to stop Zirei from dying. You even find it in your heart to spare Ato, trap him in a cage. You've dealt with all the biggest problems first. And now you trust all your teammates. You tell them the story of what happened. Everyone's on the same page. All right, and we also know we can just beat all the commanders and the final boss. We did it before. We're set, right?
Yeah, all we need
Everyone's
to do
on
is
the same page.
we just need to go pick people up from second defense academy, and things will be great.
Yeah, literally, nothing could go wrong. We've got it set. I feel like a hero. I've got this. Anyway, now we're in second scenario, and things just kind of
Immediately go bad.
Yep.
Should I even spoil the big line that reveals what this route is?
I don't remember specifically what line you're talking about.
It's the specific thing that good old Veshness says near the end.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So to go ahead and give like a tone setter for this route, which is the main route of the game, remind you, this is the one. If they only could make one sequel route, they said this would be the one the game would have to ship with.
Yep.
At a point, I will not give the context until later, but at a point, very much near the end, Veshness, the one of the main antagonists, literally looks at the camera and says, "This is the bad ending." To just kind of give you a little hint of what we're about to get into.
Yeah. So, good vibes all around. I would say the route really starts picking up once you're told, once you try to go to second to last Defense Academy to recruit the remaining members. Because, there's no real point for them being over there.
Yeah, we might as well go pick them up a day early, so they, no one gets hurt, Moko doesn't get, killed.
Yeah, we get, not only do we save Moko, we get an extra person, and we get everyone on our side earlier. Only beneficial things can come from this. And you suddenly get a call. Things are happening differently. We're under attack. Come back right now. If you don't hurry, we're all gonna die. But if you leave, the people at second to last Defense Academy might die because they're about to get attacked. And what do we do?
They didn't handle things last time.
Yep. So in second scenario, you make the choice. You make the choice. I need to save second to last Defense Academy first. I'm already here. We should just hurry, but we got to do something about this, and we'll come back with more help. We have to take this risk, and I also want to save Nozomi. That's the whole reason I came back. And you do, and you go rescue them. You get the gang, you even save Moko this time, and you rush back to Last Defense Academy, only to find you were slightly too late. Everyone's mad at you, and
everyone's favorite character, Darumi,
Darumi
literally gets off-screened.
Off-screen died. It's just so sad. I'm sure she would have liked that.
She gets.
We don't know her that well.
She gets donut hold, just like our boy Bruno in JoJo.
I will pretend to understand that reference. But yeah, so this is you thought you were coming back with all these memories and more powerful and everything would just go smoothly, but no, despite all of your memories, the bad guys figured it out. They're a step ahead of you. They're all more powerful now, so all your bonus stats don't matter, Takumi.
Yeah,
just kidding. All that work you put in was pointless.
Everyone got a power up when you went back in time because you were also bringing back in time everyone else's hemoanima.
Yeah. Not only that,
complicating things now. It's interesting because now right off the bat you've indirectly caused the death of someone who survived the first time around.
Yep. Isn't that just awesome? Doesn't that just make you feel warm inside? You also just have Eito locked up, so he's not on your party. And I guess you have Moko now, but yeah, Darumi's just dead. So that's cool.
Hope you didn't play Retsnum right before this.
I just love that. I feel like, if anything, that's the tone setter for this route when you're first playing it. It's oh, so this isn't a perfect route where I save everyone. I must be on a bad route because Darumi died. I must have done something wrong, right? Maybe if I had gone to save Last Defense Academy first, things would have been better. But yeah, at this point, for myself, I was really enjoying the route. Of course, I wasn't playing the Spark for the first time. I ended up trying different splits and stuff, but just experiencing it as a whole, I liked being rewarded with my knowledge of the first route sort of paying off and then being punished. Because I don't feel like Takumi really did anything wrong up to this point at all. He's just being punished just for trying once.
To be fair, he really shouldn't have been talking about time travel out on the battlefield. Yeah. That is literally why things go wrong.
Just to remind you, Carter, it wasn't really him At least in some routes, I know some routes it's one person or another who brings it up, but I'm pretty sure Sirei is the one who says it out loud a few times. Uh,
Oh.
I love Sirei. He's so cool. Don't we just love that guy?
Hmm. Yeah,
I feel
it's
like that's
our
the first
favorite
hint.
character.
I feel like that's the first hint that this man just sucks. Like, by the way, we never really covered it, but Takumi just like sitting there all day explaining his time travel shenanigans to everybody, and they're just sitting around listening. Someone brings him like a glass of water because he has to yap so much. It's
There's
like I just think that's really funny.
there's also I think it might be the same scene, but you get a funny moment where basically like everyone just speed runs their character
Yeah,
development from the very first time loop.
it's. I think the funniest one to me is Ima because you saw how like vehemently Ima did not want
Yes.
Kako doing anything. Like he like shanked Takemaru, but this time you're just like, nope, Kako does it despite all of your best efforts. Kako really wants to do this, and Kako was like, yeah, I do, and Ema was like, uh,
Well, I think the whole
sure,
thing was essentially like, okay, well, if you're saying I literally can't stop here, I guess.
yeah. And then he's like, well, now I'm glad I can experience enjoying my sister as an equal now, and I'm like, all right, buddy, sure,
Sure, sure, man.
whatever gets this to work. But yeah,
It it just
I think it was an interesting start, and I like the direction it goes, where everyone on your side originally is now angry at you for your decision, but everyone you picked up from second to last Defense Academy actually sticks up for you, like extra appreciation to like Kurata and stuff, who were like actively like, dude, like he saved us. I don't know all the circumstances, but like we were gonna be screwed. You can't sit here and blame him. I thought that was neat. I thought that was a neat direction
yeah,
for this to go.
it was really nice. Especially since like there was that distance with the second Defense Academy members in the
The
original
first
timeline.
playthrough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It's
it's always cool
it's nice to
when
reverse it.
I always like when they get characters like Kurata to drop the act and like actually stick up for the like protagonist, because it's like, oh no, like
It's nice. It
you
feels
know
rewarding.
yeah.
Um, but yeah, from there, the game, if I remember right, things mostly continue as normal. I think your old pals like Takamaru were a bit mad at you for a while. Um,
Yeah, because
but
they
in order
thought you
for
would have like perfect because they didn't understand either that like things would change once we
yeah,
started doing other things different.
yeah, it's like the only reason they found out is because Sirai or somebody was yapping about it. By the way, if you hadn't done that, it would have been fine. Ah. If I remember correctly, sometime around here, either Nozomi's Hemoanima starts acting up, or something happens that you feel the need to tell people, and you get the choice: should I reveal Nozomi's secret or not? This one actually tripped me up when I first played it, because to me, I was like, I should probably reveal it, but I don't know the manner he's gonna do it. Like, is he gonna talk to
Yeah,
Nozomi first? Like, is he just gonna blab to everybody?
it is
Because
Takumi.
Nozomi was put in a tight spot.
Yeah.
Like if I were Takumi, I might have done the same thing where I would have just told because I also understand like most of these people will be accepting of that except for Kurata. That might cause some headache, but surely Kurata won't be a complete a-hole about it forever and cause problems, right? Right? Right?
Sure.
um
But yeah, this is the choice that splits off into a coming of age, and I'm not
yeah,
gonna mention it for every single split, but it's just because coming of age, that was my first
mine
branch,
too.
and so yeah, I kind of had the same like reasoning as you, James, as just like I don't trust Takumi to like reveal this information in a tasteful manner. And also
Well,
like
it's more
I'm
like
going to like I also chose to like respect Nozomi's like autonomy.
yeah.
She doesn't know us. This isn't the same Nozomi as last time. She doesn't know us. She doesn't have like any relationship with us or like feelings towards us. And it would be like a giant violation of trust to like reveal her deepest darkest secret to everyone.
See, now that's true, but to be honest, I because I was like,
Oh, you're cutting out.
Takumi, I'm cutting out.
Okay, you're back, I think.
I was like, surely Takumi will do this in a way that won't cause a billion problems. But also, I was like, Nozomi's backed in the corner. She's in a position where if she says something, like it might put her in an even worse spot, even if she is telling the truth or decides to reveal what happened. Like I need to protect her because that's the whole reason we came back. Like if she gets mad at me, that's one thing, but like everyone's at her throat. Like they think she's an invader or something. Like they might lock her in a cage. Like I can't have that. So I was like, all right, I should probably reveal the secret. But after you do that, the story frames it in a way like, oh man, you made the wrong decision. That was for all the reasons you just said. That was wrong. That was bad. You shouldn't have done that. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna go back and make the other choice. I shouldn't have done that. And that's how I got coming of age. But no, you actually are supposed to reveal Nozomi's secret. That is the correct way to proceed with this
Well,
route.
supposed to is you
In order
know,
to get second
yeah,
scenario,
in
this
order
is how you do it.
it
You
is
reveal Nozomi's secret.
you if you consider second scenario the like most canon singular route, like it is the thing that Takumi would do and technically does make more sense for his character.
Yeah, and also to be clear, when I say supposed to, I just mean that is the correct way to get to second scenario. I don't mean that's what the story is saying is right or wrong. But then again, it did get really mad at me for revealing the truth. But yeah, so you reveal Nozomi's secret, that causes some headache. And things only get worse, because not that long after, Vesnus starts appearing and like absorbing commanders and
Which
starts attacking you.
because
Uh,
she knows about the time travel and she knows that
yep,
you guys are absorbing commanders, so she immediately goes, "Oh, I'm just these taboos are worthless to me. If I want
yeah.
to, have the strength to beat these guys, then I need to just go ahead and start absorbing everyone I can before like my enemies can."
Which is crazy, because you spend like the many routes in the first 100 days absorbing all the commanders, and then you don't really get to from this point onwards, because Vesnus will just do it first. But
It's
yeah, so
really
she
cool.
attacks.
Yeah, it's really
Go on.
good that the game doesn't have a sort of achievement that makes you
Mm,
absorb like a certain amount of commanders.
mm.
Because that'd probably be a drag with how much Veshness, absorb, does her kill stealing.
It's funny you say that, because I thought there was an achievement like that, and it turned out I was mistaken. I misread the thing.
Oh, I thought
Um,
thought that you had done like an achievement that requires you
no,
to
there
like
was
absorb 100 commanders or something.
no. It was something. It was like absorb. I can't remember what it was. It might have been like level up your hemo anima 100 times or something like that. Oh no, it was boost it 100 times, like in battle.
Okay,
So like
okay.
taking an extra turn, leveling up your strength, something like that. But I misunderstood. I thought it meant boost my hemo anima by absorbing a commander. That is not what the game is asking for. Because if you play all 100 routes, you will not absorb 100 commanders,
There are
which is
routes where you
surprising.
absorb 0 commanders.
There are multiple where you absorb 0 commanders. Um, I didn't even get anyone like I only got a few characters like absorbed like 10, which is the max a person can absorb in up their stats. But yeah, so Vesna starts attacking, and Sirai's like, "Don't worry, we got this big old bomb that'll kill her for sure." But there's a problem. You have to sacrifice yourself to activate it. Yeah, it needs
Yeah.
ammo anima. You have to like hit it. No,
Yeah.
no, you can't hit it
So
from far
so
away. No, no, you can't cut your upper
yeah.
body
So
and
Takumi
like throw
says,
it.
"Hey, Hiroko, cut me in half, and Takamaru, throw me at the bomb." Yeah, that happened,
Yeah.
right? Wait, what? Wait, he doesn't come up with that idea in this route for some
Sirai,
reason.
it's not for some reason. It's because of Sirai. Sirai is the reason. Sirai sits there and says, "You guys stop and listen to me. This is the only way." And if you try to backtalk, he's like, "No, there's no time. You have to do this. Choose who to sacrifice. Choose who must give up their lives for this." Obviously, there's the funny choice of Tsubasa. We know what happens with that one. But yeah, you were given the choices between Takumaru and Kyoshika, who were both offering.
And man,
And this one's interesting.
James,
Uh-huh.
this choice hurt because
This choice really hurt.
I knew which one, I knew which one I had to sacrifice to continue down second scenario, and I was not happy about it.
I didn't. I was like, surely Takamaru must be sacrificed. He's fully ready for it. The game would never make me sacrifice Kyoshika. That'd be crazy. Love
It would
Kyoshika.
be
She's my S rank.
cruel to like take Kyoshika away from us.
Yeah, I mean, she's our S like tier on our tier list,
The
right? For both of us. Like,
Yeah.
surely they wouldn't get rid of our favorite character like that. So I sacrificed Takamaru, and then the vibes got weird, and I was like, I should go back. I feel like I'm on the
Yeah.
wrong route.
Yeah, because
Uh,
that is what leads to the cult of Takumi route. The one route that like
yep,
people do feel the need to actively warn people about.
yep. By the way, you don't even need a guide. You could tell if you're on second scenario because on the flow chart, it's just a straight line. So as long as you make the choices that lead in a straight line, you'll be good. And that's how I realized, oh, I guess I have to sacrifice Kyoshika to continue second scenario. That's crazy. So for some reason, we sacrificed Kyoshika, which probably only makes Takamaru more mad because,
Mm-hmm.
he's like, no, don't do that to women. We love women. We stand women. And we sacrifice our favorite character, and Kyoshika dies. But it was worth it. I
She
meat
she
least
does,
Veshness is dead.
and her scene, like the scene where she does detonate the bomb, it does make her look really really cool.
It
I
does, and
I
she's
think
happy to do it to protect her family and
which
friends.
I don't know if you got this reference, but she literally does like the final frame of Ashita no Joe as she dies. Like
No, I didn't know that.
as the light is coming out from the bomb, she like, I think it's like she looks down a little bit, closes her eyes and smiles, and it's literally just like that famous like panel from Ashita no Joe.
No, I didn't know about that. That's wild. It makes sense for her though.
Mhm.
Um, but yeah, so our good old gal Kyoshika is gone.
Rest in peace,
Uh,
you wonderful soldier.
yeah, but like I said, it might be worth it because we killed Veshness early, which is really cool, guys. Like, well, we don't have to deal with her later. She's kind of
Yeah,
annoying.
it's
She's dead.
great that we went ahead and got her taken care of.
Yeah, Carter, I must have missed the part where she said this is the bad ending. That's wild. Maybe it's a flashback
Yeah,
later or something because she's dead now.
maybe so.
Yeah,
I might be
but
misremembering
this
things.
yeah, you must be clearly. So the story continues. Forgive me for forgetting little details about like what's going on with Nozomi and Kurata and Takamaru. There's some drama happening in the background. Takumi's just doing his best. We get to the choice to take Eva prisoner, and we horribly just decide to kill her right then and there. No, I'm just kidding. That would be crazy. Imagine you did that. Haha.
Yeah,
We
why would you ever do that?
Yeah. Why would you ever do that? I'm sure Takumi could live with that guilt.
Kako, like,
Anyway,
go take a nap, Kako, please.
yeah, we take Ava. I keep saying Eva. We take Ava prisoner, and now she's in the cell next to Ato. Forgive me, I know Ato escapes at some point, and I can't remember if he's escaped by now. At some point, he
It
gets out.
happens at some point.
Yeah, Ato, the little rascal, he just gets out somehow. Probably something to do with raising water levels and balloons. Like, who knows, man? He probably has. He probably just ate through the bars, knowing him.
He is enough of a hater to do that. He would
Yeah.
subject himself to that.
So we got Ava. She's all brainwashed now. I actually don't even remember the context for why the next choice happens. This is let Hiroko attempt to destroy Nigo. I remember that, but I don't remember why she wanted to.
I'm pretty sure it is because her memories had come back at this point. And there's something with the brainwashing of Eva that Ava that I know Hiroko doesn't like. Oh wait, I think it's Ava's brainwashing comes undone and she's about to like tell you a big secret and Nigo butts in and Hiroko's like, "No, we need to find this out." At least I think that's what happens. I mean, if you want to look through
that sounds right.
If you want to look through like the game again like we did before, you can.
Honestly, finding that hypothetically, if I pulled up a second scenario video right now, even just finding that might take a hot minute.
I mean, I can probably go ahead and try.
Give it a shot. Okay, so we had to refresh ourselves a little bit. Honestly, there's so much detail, and remembering the order of things and not getting confused with other routes can be a challenge. But so we got to this choice, which is let Hiroko attempt to destroy Nigo, and the context for that is you take Ava in, and she's not immediately brainwashed. So Takumi is like, all right, I'm gonna go talk to her and try to figure some things out, I believe. And Tsire knocks him out and brainwashes him.
Which like
Awesome, we love him.
with
We
the
love Tsire.
with the knowledge that this is the main route, it was crazy. Like seeing that, like, oh wait, I get brainwashed very early on, and then it also comes with the realization that like Takumi, there are probably other routes in which Takumi was brainwashed, and we just never realized it.
Yep. Yeah, who knows how much it's happened without our realizing. We try to talk to Ava, and I believe she's been brainwashed at this point. Like in the time we were brainwashed, like Ava was too. So
Because
we come back and she doesn't know what we're talking about.
another important
And
context, like everyone can understand everyone now, because when we brought
yeah,
the powered up Hemo Anima back in time, you know, a
yeah.
consequence of that is that the Hemo Anima
Well,
lets us communicate, just like it
yeah.
did at
We
the
brought,
end of the first.
yeah, we brought this up in our first part of the podcast where we talked about our first experiences. But yeah, we can understand people now, which we couldn't during the first 100 days. So that gives us a reason, like, oh crap, we should talk to Ava. But yeah, so we go back to the courtyard because Hiroko notices we're acting strange now that we're brainwashed, and she's trying to talk to Ava, but Ava's all brainwashed now, and Yigo is like trying to stop her, and so you get the choice whether to let Hiroko like do that. And noticing all this commotion, Sire finally decides to step in and starts telling, in quotes, the whole truth to everyone, including Eito, who's still in the cage at this point. They find out that Ava was brainwashed, and Sire explains, like, yeah, we replaced her memories of being an invader so she could fight with us. Isn't that so cool? Haha. And everyone's like, we wanted to learn something. What's that about? So yeah, he starts telling us a bit. Uh, I am getting two scenes conflated again. Wow, it's so easy to do that with this
Amazing.
game.
So
Sire does not tell us much else at this point. He basically just tells us that he brainwashed her to help us, and we're all like, that's really sus.
also, like notably, something really affecting the story from now on is, you know, Hiroko has been brainwashed. As we know from other routes, in most other routes, she gets, you know, her memories back from previous loops. Um,
Yeah, that's
which
right.
and so but in this route, and it's crazy that like it's in the main route. You know,
Yeah, off screen.
Siri off screen brainwashes her, which causes those memories to just go away. Like I don't think it was even intentional. It was just a like,
God, I hate Sire.
yeah.
I
um
hate him so much.
which like keeps here it basically keeps Hiroko from helping you at all
Now, to be
during
clear, I
this.
don't fully remember if Hiroko was actually getting memories back or if she just noticed Takumi was acting sus. But the fact is, I think it's fully plausible that at least in some routes, Hiroko started getting memories back and then Sire overwrote with brainwashing for an
Yeah.
unrelated reason.
Well,
And the more I think about that, the more I hate Sire.
yeah, so it's I mean, she explains in SF, like, she always gets her memories back on day 3, I think. So it
Hmm.
would have happened in this route.
Yeah.
And she does have dialogue that very clearly, like, I don't know if it, like, says it, but it makes it very clear that she's been brainwashed because of her insubordination. Um,
Yeah.
and that, you know, whatever memories that would have helped are now gone.
Yep. Um,
And
all right. So
wow,
things.
I'm feeling so good now about my decision to save Sire. I'm feeling so good that
We already hate him.
this is something that that happens in all of the second playthrough routes.
Yep. All right, now some things are about to happen at what I would call the turning point of second scenario, where things really start getting crazy. A couple things happen. First, Gaku throws a pool party for everybody, so that's nice.
Very
This
cool,
happens in like a
Gaku.
few routes. But we have a little pool party, get us a little closer to each other. You know, he's kind of weird about it. He gets all the girls' swimsuits. Don't like that. Don't like that at all.
Not great.
So they use their own. We kill Gaku. Actually, we do the opposite of
Happy
killing
ending.
Gaku because I know the secret true ending. Everything actually works out. No, so unfortunately, the opposite happens because Kako gets a special vision of the future and says, you're gonna have to make a choice of some kind. I don't know what it is, but you have to save Gaku no matter what. Just or the truth will be locked away forever. And you're like, what does that mean? You know what? Sure, I'll save Gaku. You know, like I would willingly let him just die. You know, sure, whatever. So Veshness attacks, uh, and kidnaps Gaku and Kurata of all people,
At the same
and
time,
you can only save one in quotes, according to Sirei. Now let me be clear: in gameplay, abysmally easy to save both. No problem at all. But Sirei says you can only save one, so you can only save one. Naturally, we all save Kurata and we get the true ending. No, unfortunately, you have to save Gaku and let Kurata die.
another character I
I don't know
really like gone.
what is with this Rude killing off all like characters, like all the favorite like gal characters. I don't know what's up with that.
I
I know
feel
Darumi
like
is more controversial, but the people who like her really like her. And then Kyoshika,
I
and
mean
then Kurata.
I feel like it's really supposed to make you like second guess on whether or not this whole time travel thing was like a good decision in the first place.
Carter, I
Um,
just want to remind you, those are my top three characters in the game. Dead now,
yep.
by the way. So
Um,
that's cool.
and it's
Uh,
like they get it really rough as well, cause like, well, I mean, Kurata and Darumi get it really rough as, Kyoshika probably died instantly in like the bomb explosion, but like
yeah.
Kurata and Darumi get like, they get donut hold. They get like literally punched straight through.
Well, I think doesn't yeah, Kurata gets punched through. That's right. I think Darumi gets stabbed or something. But yeah, and you have to make a grave for her, and then now there's three for all the cool girls, and
I for
now they have little gravestones.
Yeah, I forget that they do like those scenes for all the characters in second scenario.
Yep, because they do it in some of the other routes a little bit, but at some point it stops. But yeah, we get these gravestones made from the Giftomatic. By the way, crazy to me that the Giftomatic
Yeah.
is like a canon thing
It's
that
like,
exists.
wow, three characters I really, really like who made it all the way through the first 100 days.
Yep.
Now dead.
Yep. So things are certainly different. Giftomatic, I can't remember if that's canon in like Danganronpa, but it is in Hundred Line, and it's just really fun to me. They just have a machine that can make anything, a food device that can make anything. I feel like we could solve a lot more problems with those. I don't know.
I mean, we
Yeah.
kind of do in the game. It's just that every time like anytime something that would be like plot useful comes up, we have to like go out of our way to search for like other special ingredients.
Gaku, I just want you to know we chose you over Kudata. You better you better be cool from this point onwards. I think regardless of which you pick, the other really regrets it and it's like, why did I have to live? Why did they have to die? Which is really sad. Like even Gaku, who's usually really self-absorbed, is like, I should have been the one. And it's like, yeah, that's
Because
rough,
like,
buddy.
yeah, because like the thing with Gaku is he's more self-sacrificing than he'll ever like let on.
Yeah.
Like he probably would have given his life for Kurata if like he had the chance.
Yeah. Give me 1 second.
Oh, and I'm just realizing I need to resume the music.
Yes. All right, I remembered something. So I'm glad I had this up in the background because it's just really important to remember these kinds of things. Um, so Nozomi, this is I think this is the part where Nozomi's hemoenema like either starts acting up or like something happens. Yeah, it's Nozomi's hemoenema acting up. That makes me wonder like what happened earlier that you had to reveal the secret. I don't remember the specifics. Oh, you know what happened? I think everyone starts asking like the specifics of like why Nozomi's different. And I think it's because Sirei brings it up. I think Sirei is like, don't act like I didn't notice you snuck in, and everyone's like, what does that mean? So that's cool. I hate Sirei.
I believe this is
Um,
also around the time when you have the scene where Eito comes back with Chiratami.
oh,
Um,
we'll get to that. The point is, what I'm getting to right now is Nozomi's hemoenema starts acting up, and a cool scene happens where you're like, we have to leave to an outpost to kill a commander to save Nozomi, and Sirei's like, no, that's too much of a risk. I can't allow you. And he starts like putting his face all up in your face, like you're not able to do that. And he triggers your brainwashing and starts like making you pass out. And then Takumi has a cool Takumi moment, like an actual cool moment, where he stops and remembers her dying in his arms. And then he stands back up and is like, "No, we're going whether you like it or not." And Sierra is like, "Oh, he overpowered the brainwashing. All right, fine. I guess you can go." Which is really neat. It's like Takumi has a backbone this one time, and I
Mm.
really like that.
The, for once in this, for once in his life.
Yep. And after you save her, you reconcile with Zomi, and you talk about your pasts and your memories and stuff, and you have a nice little moment at like the sunset or sunrise. And you realize there's like a difference in her memories. Like her backstory is a little different than what she told you before, which is interesting.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, that one kind of threw me for a loop when I first came around it. Um,
yep. By the way, I didn't remember this happened in this route, but Siroi does one of his trick things shortly after this, where you're in your room and he shows up, and you start asking about the truth, like, "Hey, so why is their memory different? What's going on with that?" And he's like, "Oh no, my battery's running out." And you're like, "Oh no, I better go get Nigo." And he like attacks you from behind and
oh
makes
my,
you forget. I hate Siroi so much.
I
Every
hate
time I'm like,
Sirei
it's really
so much.
Every time I'm starting to like forget how much I hate him, like I see something that makes me hate him again. It's
Like,
awesome.
like I need to impress this upon everyone because it's also he is. It's weird because he's not as bad in the other branches. It's specifically like once you start going down the second scenario path line, like
Hmm.
you realize like, oh, if you start doing things that Sirius not cool with, like he will just turn into a monster.
Yeah, he's horrible.
Um,
Don't worry, we have something that'll lighten the load, Carter, because the next thing that happens is that he asks you politely for your help in brainwashing Ava.
oh my, this leads to what is probably like one of the easily the most uncomfortable like segment in the entire game outside of Cult of
Cult
Takumi.
of Takumi stuff, yeah. Because you are forced like 3 days in a row to participate in an extremely brutal, painful, horrific session where Ava's begging you to stop as you try to overwrite her personality and memories of her loved ones. She's trapped in this chair and it's extraordinarily painful, apparently.
It is essentially
Like,
like you are essentially hooking her up to like an electric chair that is
yeah.
like just barely not killing her.
And also overriding everything that she is. And she is conscious of the fact that she's losing everything of herself and that she loves. And that's
Like
awesome. That's just
she
cool.
is like actively losing the memory of her daughter and is like begging you to stop.
Yep.
And it like
So that's nice.
and
It's
I know
always like playing it off like a game.
so I want to go ahead and there's a specific way this is presented that I want to talk about.
Please tell us.
So earlier there's something you didn't mention with Nozomi
Mm.
when you end up I think it's like after you have Nozomi absorb the commander's hemoanima. She
Mm.
also needs some like medicine, I think, from Yugamu, and
Really?
you have to go search for all of the. And Yugamu's like, or no, it's Nigo. It may be Nigo,
Might
but
be Nigo.
you have to get a character to basically make this medicine for another character who's sick, and you go out the first day. You have to venture all across the map to get all of the ingredients, and he goes like, okay, cool, just letting you know there's like a 1 in 3 chance that this is going to blow up in my face and you'll have to do
Ah,
the exact
yes.
same thing tomorrow.
Does that
And
happen in this route? I think that's another route, isn't it?
I'm pretty sure it's in
It's
this
a.
route because
I don't.
I feel like it is supposed to prime you for what happens next.
So I do strongly remember this being in another route. I might be wrong, but this is still a great lead into this. So just
Yeah.
continue explaining.
And so I don't know if this is scripted. Like, I don't know if the chances are scripted. I don't know if you can actually have it succeed the first time. But it blew up in Nigo's face the first time. and so I had to go and get all those ingredients again.
Yeah. To
And
describe how it works, that
yeah,
you have to.
oh yeah, so yeah, it's like a 1 in 3 chance, but it's always shown as like you're spinning a wheel. When
Yeah, it's like a little roulette.
this hasn't happened in any other route, it doesn't happen anywhere else in the game, but it's like you have this little roulette that comes up, and you have to like spin it and like choose when it stops.
It's a fun little roulette game of chance.
I believe like this can happen up to 3 times with Nico. But
Yeah, that's right.
it's just a fun little thing that happens. Probably won't be brought back in anyway. So when you do end up having to brainwash Eva, that same roulette wheel comes back up. Instead, this time it's basically all of like the personalities you are able to overwrite her with. And there's definitely like a correct one, like a one that Siri would consider to be successful.
Yeah. I don't know if you're able to get it right the first time. I think it forces you to like mess up several times, so you have to watch her suffer.
That's the thing. I think the Nigo thing, I don't know if it's scripted, but the Siri thing is scripted, and you end up having to do. It's not just that you have to brainwash Ava in this horrible, horrible way, but it's the game. Like the game deliberately presents it as like a game of chance, and that you could have landed on the right square the first time, but no, you end up failing and failing again and have to do this like 3 times, and it only like keeps getting worse every single time.
I also want to iterate, not only is it being presented like a funny little game and Siri is laughing about it and having a great time and like it's just being joyful about it, he also stresses like, yeah, if this keeps going wrong, she'll like effing die. And it's like, that's cool. That's cool that we're just doing this on a whim. And the game is like forcing you to be complicit in this. Doesn't that just make you feel so gross?
And it's like, this is just one of those, it's a really big moment of like, that colors all of the other routes in a different light. The thing I've been mentioning this whole time about, this game is kind of about how to make a happy ending. You have to like you have to like basically ignore the suffering of another person. It's like, now you know that like in most of the other happy endings, like Ava was like horrifically tortured in this manner. Like it wasn't like a fantasy brainwashing where it's like, oh, I'll put you under hypnosis and things will just happen from there. It's like, no, it is a like full on multi-day like torture session to get these changes to stick.
I think,
and the fact that like it happened to you as well, you just don't remember it.
Yeah, presumably it can happen in one day, but I think the stats show that in most routes it takes multiple days for Ava. Meaning, yeah, she goes through hell. So that sucks. It does remind me of a pretty infamous part of Ultra Despair Girls, where the game also makes you complicit in something horrible that it gamifies. And it's like, this is a slightly less controversial method of doing it, but it's clearly Kodaka has this in mind of like, we want to make the player feel really gross by making them play a fun little game where they do something horrible to someone innocent who has done no wrong, and they're the ones doing it.
Yeah, and I since you've also played Ultra Despair Girls, I really would be interested in hearing your opinion on the way this is depicted in both games. Because here's my thing: is that like, it happens the first time, and it sucks. It sucks so much. But it's either like the second or the third time, Ava gets like a certain, I think she gets like the perverted personality, on the wheel, and the next time you end up putting her in the like, brainwashing machine. This time she's not like begging you to stop. She's basically being like, "Oh, more, more, more," and it's like,
I think I read
that. Like, I don't know if that was like even worse to me, because like that just, I could see
it might be worse.
It, because it's like, this is not. I think part of it is because like, you like, obviously like, you do not have any consent in this. And you are being made to have, like, this reaction that you would never have to what's going on. And, like, I have seen, a lot of people really dislike this scene, not just on like a way that not just in the way that we do of like, wow, this is really uncomfortable and is really hammering home like that a very morally bad thing is happening, but some people just don't like this scene even past that. I've seen people say that like this is like this scene is like Kodaka writing his own fetish into the game or something like that.
Oh, that's just silly.
And it's the thing is like,
It's not.
well, I don't necessarily agree. I think specifically about the scene where like Ava's like begging for more, and I can see why you would think that.
Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, it's a non-zero chance the guy has a fetish like that, but like there's clearly a thematic purpose to this. Like that doesn't mean anything. If you're seeing that way, then I feel like that says more on that person than
I don't know.
The creator.
I do think that like overall I appreciate the scene thematically for what it is. I also do agree that like it is, it is what we would call like an example of like fetishized violence in a way, just in the way it is depicted.
Mm.
And I think it's fair to like criticize that.
Yeah, like I don't blame people for being uncomfortable with it for sure, but I also think that like I feel like it was just really important to them that they really demonstrate how horrid it is, but not just by showing it, but like, by making you participate in it. It forces you to confront that grossness. You're not just watching it and being like, "Wow, that sucks that it's happening. I wish I could do something about it." Now you're the one doing it, and it's like, this must stop. We can't keep doing this, and then you're forced to keep doing it, and it's like it definitely makes you like feel for Ava, especially if you did any of the routes first, where you know what kind of person she is. So I feel like it's actually really important to the game, but I could see people being pretty uncomfortable with it being there.
Okay. Yeah. And it's interesting you say like the making you complicit thing. In a way, I feel like a lot of the stuff we've been talking about from the start, like the game has been trying to make you complicit in so many ways up until this point. I wonder if there are any people for whom like this was the moment it clicked, because you have the like the combat segments where you're like mowing down people near the end who are like begging for their lives, and you have the the commander absorption segments, which are always like framed from the point of view of like the commander, like cowering on the ground as like your team decides, and you have to decide yourself like who goes to kill the commander. So like I don't know if there's any thoughts you had on like how it works, I guess, like holistically.
I think it's just one more piece of the puzzle. The game tries every like I feel like most people will get it at this point, but it's always just like, just in case a person's playing a routes in a particular order or isn't paying enough attention, just in case it's not clear, you're doing horrible things, and the people on the other side are not pure evil monsters. They are not world death. Zirei sucks. Humanity is doing this. Like it's just being really, what's the word? Where it's like hitting you over the head with it. Just like it's trying to be really obvious about it, basically.
Yeah, very, like I guess very transparent. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just think it's a cool game about killing a bunch of evil aliens and protecting my country. I mean, my planet.
Yeah.
But yeah, I am curious to hear like, do you have any thoughts on like how the gamified segment is presented in 100 Line versus Ultra Despair Girls? Like, if you think it was done like better before, or if it was done better now? Because like I know that the Ultra Despair Girls segment, like, it came across my orbit because people were like really upset with that one.
Yeah, so I'm sure people listening or watching probably won't know what that's about. So let's just say you do something a pretty horrible segment is in Ultra Scarab Girls, which is Very controversial. Don't know. Honestly, they didn't need to put it there, but you are the game. The player is complicit in an activity that is not great, and I think like it's definitely one of those moments where I thought the themes were being hit over the head, but a lot of people didn't see it that way. They saw it as like the creator being perverted, and they were like, "This is completely antithetical to the themes of the game," even though it wasn't. Uh, in this case, I think it's handled better because while there's less gameplay to it, like it's probably just really scripted. It's much clearer what's going on here. Like you are definitely supposed to feel uncomfortable about this. You don't have much choice in the matter, or Takumi might, but you, the player, don't, and you're forced to experience it. I think this is a direct response to the thing with Multiple Despair Girls. I think Kodaka learned from like the reaction to that, like this definitely gets a big reaction, which is what I want. But like last time was a big like it gave the wrong impression. Like I need to make it clear like this is supposed to be bad, and you are supposed to feel bad for doing it. Like just in case that wasn't obvious. So
Yeah,
I think this is handled better. I think he learned from past mistakes.
and it is an interesting. I'm always interested in segments that are like this in some form or fashion. You know, but there's always going to be the other argument that there's a lot of people who really don't like when a game is like making you do a bad thing that you're supposed to feel bad about. It's the whole like,
Yeah,
oh, oh, they're wanting me to feel bad for, shooting and killing the enemies, even though that's like the
yeah.
thing I bought the game for. And I don't know. I don't know if you have any opinions on that. I've never really liked that like critique of a lot of these games, like because the
It
game's
just it
not
depends.
the game's not trying to critique you as a person. It's just
Hmm.
trying to give you a certain emotional experience and make you
Hmm.
like really weigh the morality by putting you in this situation where you're doing something bad.
Yeah, at the end of the day, like games are just another piece of our like artistic media. Like they can be trying to give a message, and through experiencing, through like having the player do something, you can learn new things you never considered or new facets of yourself, you know. But sometimes it is an obvious sort of message, like killing is wrong, or I feel like in most cases like that, there's more depth to it. But this, what you were saying in particular, reminds me of that comic where it's a four panel comic and the stick man's just like hey, check it out, this is my friend, and then he stabs him and kills him, and the last panel is like, see, you reader, you did this by reading the comic, you made this happen. If you didn't read it, he would still be alive. And it's like being forced into it and then guilted, it's like one thing, but again, most games, like if they're forcing you to do it, they're not telling you something obvious like killing is wrong. There's probably another message to it, or they're trying to really convey like how horrid something is. I guess like Spec Ops: The Line might be an example
Yeah,
of like
yeah.
you can stop playing at any time, sure, but like if you play the game, you will be participating in or having horrible things happen. And it's not like the devs are trying to guilt you from playing the game. They're trying to like really drive the point home. Like,
They're making a critique about like the war on terror and stuff, and it's like, yeah,
yeah,
like just in the way that like, yeah, you're not going to walk away because you paid for the video game. Also, like the main character, the person who the narrative is like centering around, isn't going to walk away because they've been like training for years to be a marine, and they've been,
yeah.
and they are enlisted in this like agreement where they can be like court-martialed if they don't, follow their orders.
Like, here's another hypothetical for you. Like people complain about Undertale's genocide route because it like guilts you for killing people, and gamers are like, "Well, I just want to fight Sans. Why am I getting guilted?" And it's like, do you think Toby Fox is personally mad at you and guilting you because you want to fight Sans? Or do you think the guilting part of the story is for the people who it's meant for, who are playing the story genuinely and like experiencing it for the first time and aren't like and are still thinking of the enemies as like NPCs? Like, if you want to just play the game and fight battles, that's like fine. Like it's that simple. Like no one, you're not going to jail for it. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like if
I
you want to be invested in the story, be invested in it, and if you don't, then don't.
and I do think
Uh,
what what usually helps is like I do feel a lot of these games will have like you are playing a certain character instead of like necessarily a like self-insert. And
Yes.
I think
Same
that
with this game.
yeah.
You know, obviously you're supposed to take lessons from it too, but Takumi, like, is clearly not always making the best decisions. Sometimes he is supposed to make stupid decisions, and you, the player, are supposed to be like, "No, I was hoping he would do the other thing, because that would have been the good thing to do." Oh no, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And like
And this is a great example. Brainwashing Ava is like a messed up situation you're in, and I simply wouldn't have let that happen. I would have squished Sirei like an egg.
yep. Yeah,
That's just me though.
in closing, I do think that this and other moments in the game are a really great example of like the ways in which the ways in which I can't believe I'm blanking on the word now.
I
the
believe in you. We can
the
just
way you how do you interact with a game? What is the thing where like you have the power to make a decision and do things?
like choices.
Not choices. Agency. Okay. I
Okay.
yeah. So okay, to restart, I think that um, moments like this and a lot of other moments in the game are a really great example of how like video games can use agency to tell a story. And
Hmm.
it's something that can't really be done in like most other mediums. Agency is the primary language of video games. That is how you are primarily interacting with the medium through like agency and making choices. Even if that choice is to, do I want to jump over this pit or do I want to try and like get around it another way? Your games are really cool and unique because you get to make a choice, and
Hmm.
I think that playing with player agency and allowing them to make a bad choice or actually taking away their agency in a way to force them to make a bad decision, I feel like it's such a really cool thing that the medium is capable of that you just would not be able to do elsewhere.
Yeah.
um, and it can really, I feel like it really helps build empathy. And I think particularly with this game, obviously I'll be going into these themes much more later, but I think it helps put yourself in the shoes of people throughout history who have found themselves, um, living in unjust societies, living in places where horrible things are happening, or even if like, or even people who may have found themselves in like a relative position of power, maybe like a soldier fighting like in a foreign war. And by taking away the agency, I think it can also can communicate the way that people back then felt about the choices they were making. Of like, a soldier's being ordered to kill these civilians. Oh, well, they're my commanding officer. I don't have a choice. I literally have to do this.
That I was
We
just following orders,
Yeah,
defense.
we as player, just as like we nowadays looking at that history can say like, oh no, you did have a choice. You didn't have to do that. You always could have stopped then and made the right decision. We can also look at the characters in the game who are, kind of taking away our agency in the way we interact with the game and making these decisions, and we can tell them, and we can tell them like, no, you can make the other decision. I almost wonder in this and other games if making you make a bad decision is more meant to be like, it's more meant to be I'm trying to find the right words, but it's to make you try to express to like the character behind the screen that no, they do have a choice, if
Mhm.
that makes sense.
It'd be funny if I was like, no, it doesn't make any sense. Start over. But yeah, I get what you're saying, and it's like it's another reason why I just really appreciate games as like an art form, and I feel like it's often overlooked outside of like indie games. So whenever a game like this does try to, and Kodaka games do this a few times, but like trying to like give that to the player and like really make them think about it. It's just unfortunate that a lot of the player bases of his games don't they don't think about it. It's surface level.
And I mean,
Uh,
to be fair, a lot of that is probably that, like, I think Danganronpa's, like, fan base is a lot of, like, weirdly enough, it's a lot of children and teenagers.
oh yeah, maybe not anymore, but at the time it was popular here. Yeah, it was a lot of like tweens and teenagers who may have been playing like even when it officially came out. Like, of course, before it came out, there was the pre-localization, so there was a lot of just mistranslation and stuff, or assumptions, or things lost. But like they're not gonna see things that might be obvious to an older person. And to be fair, that could be a flaw in like the writing, because if you're aiming it at a like a teen or young adult audience, you want them to be the ones to understand, you know.
Yeah. I mean,
Um,
I think part of it is, like, you know, I don't know what these games were, like, originally rated in Japan, but it's like when they came to America, they were all given, like, a mature rating. So it's like,
yeah.
it gives the impression, at least to a Western audience, that, like, this was meant to be something, like, read by adults. But,
Yeah.
I mean, given that Japanese ratings are very different and, like, prioritize different things, especially since, like, the violence in Danganronpa was censored with the pink blood, like, it very well
Mhm.
could have gotten a much lower age rating in Japan and be meant to be something that younger people could, you know, easily get their hands on and play.
Yeah.
Yeah, by the way, throughout this first hour, it was playing a lot of, like, Lobotomy Corporation music, and,
That's funny.
yeah, thanks for putting that in the playlist, because I was
You're
remembering, like, oh wow, some of these story themes are really, really good.
Well, you put some of them in there. I put a few, I think.
Okay.
Um,
So yeah, addendum, another thing. This is my actual closing statement. I was thinking about, like, a way I could more simply put that last point I was trying and, like, agonizingly thinking over of how to more simply say it. This is why I prefer, like, scripted content where I, like, get to write things down in words and not try to, like, craft it on the spot. So yeah, when when developers are taking away agency from you, presenting something as a choice but taking away agency from you and making you do a bad thing, I think instead of it being meant as a personal judgment against the player, I feel that what's usually happening is they are meaning for you to see the discrepancy between the agency the character thinks they have versus the agency they actually have. I would say, you know, the actual thing taking away the choice from you is the fact that the character does not see that they have agency in that moment. Um,
mhm.
I feel like that's a much simpler way to put what I was trying to say.
Like I said, sometimes you just gotta step away for a second, and it's your brain just fills in all the blanks. It's weird how it works like that.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we can move on from that now.
Finally.
Because after that brainwashing session, we don't quite finish. But actually, 1 second. Let me make sure.
Another
That's
thing,
right.
we one thing that is kind of interesting to kind of clue you in that this is the canon route. You start getting the little, like, flashback memories that you did in the
Mhm.
first 100 days again.
Yeah, which you just kind of don't get in the other routes. I don't know if it's because like Sirei is just actively doing that, or like it decided not to do that. It's kind of odd, isn't it?
Yeah. But I think it's more meant to, like,
Some routes you get them.
it's meant to remind you, especially since if this is not the first route you've played, this might be like the 5th or the 10th route you've played. I think it's supposed to get you, like, reminded again about Takumi's connection to home, like why he's doing this in
Yeah.
the first place, so that some of those later twists will hit harder.
That's true. Imagine like all these memories played in every route, it'd probably get tiring real fast.
Oh
So
yeah.
they probably could have used them in a creative way.
Especially the ones where
So
Nozomi just does like nothing.
yeah. So so coming back from that, we participate in that fun little activity, and shortly after that, or I guess in the process of it, Turum Tami arrives and attacks us with the visual novel waves. We get visual novelized. And there's this funny segment where you're playing the Fire Boy for a second, and you have to like find where we are. And you were just playing us, we went to the cafeteria. So you go to the cafeteria and we're not there. And it turns out we were just already under the illusion because he finds us in like a completely different room. I think the gym. I really liked that.
Yeah, that was
Uh,
really fun.
so he saves us from that. We start fighting Term Tammy, and then we actually get put in the dream again. And it's going happily. And then like Ato shows up. And then like we just barely like wake up in time because he like attacks us mid dream. It's really neat. So we fight Ato, and then we beat Term Tammy, and Ato just leaves. But we're like, got the guys there. But you, because the Fireboy helped you, remember, oh crap, I should really introduce him to everybody. He's kind of cool. He wants to be our friend, you know? It'd kind of suck if we like went the whole route and didn't try to become his friend, wouldn't it? Like if we didn't actively do that, like imagine a whole route where we didn't do that.
Yeah, yeah, that would really, really suck.
Yeah,
It's a
wouldn't that be
great,
weird?
it's a great thing that he's a major part of most of the routes.
Yeah. And isn't just, I don't know, a unique attack for one boss battle or something. That'd be dumb. Anyway, so you actually like Sirai's like, no, I forbid it. Don't do that. And so Takumi immediately goes up to Fireboy's door, like into the fire, and starts banging on it, and knowing full well that he'll basically like protect Takumi and like come out and not let him get hurt. Uh, so ignoring Takumi, Sirai's orders, he introduces Fireboy to everyone. He's like, hey, this is the guy we're protecting, yada yada. Sirai gets mad about it, and so you get this interesting situation where you want to convince Fireboy to join your team, but you need to like convince Sirai, and so you find that like Sirai's got like stashed notes or like pictures where it turns out Sirai actually does care about something other than humanity. He cares about Shion. That's the name of the Fireboy. He cares about Shion and watching over him. And
He
so
has like,
using that knowledge, you have one last like convincing segment, which by the way, for me, by the time I got to this route, the last time I had convinced someone, like had a convincing minigame, was like midway through the first 100 days. So I was like, holy crap, they brought this back this late into the game.
yeah, it's a really big part of the first 100 days, but then does not come up much at all past that.
Yeah, you use it like one or two other routes, like maybe once. Like I was just, holy crap, here we go, we're convincing someone. So we convince Sirai, and we get the option to let Undying Flames boy named Shion let him join our team. Uh, you should really let him join your team. Don't tell him no. It would really suck if you told him no. Let's just leave it at that. So yeah, he joins your team, not as a like playable combatant, but he's your friend, and now he can even participate by like adding in like a bonus attack, I think, in battle. So that's cool. By the way, it's crazy how many routes are like, no, he can't give anything, he can't waste any fire, he's got to charge it all up. But in this route, like, he can just attack in like every battle.
And it's like
I guess he didn't need that much.
and like this whole segment gave me very conflicting feelings on Sirai. I thought it was gonna kind of be like, oh, okay, maybe you're like, you are like a person underneath,
Yeah.
You do care about him, isn't it like we literally make like a baby album for him of
Yeah. It's that or he already has it, I can't remember. I think we make it, yes. Using the pictures.
Yeah, and so it's like he does genuinely care for Shion, but it is also like you were going to like let him just be isolated for all of his very short life and then like die in this planet-wide like nuclear strike.
I also want to say like this part I think is important, and I think I only just realized why, because they really like try to humanize Sirai here.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting? Because up to this point, they basically say he's a robot, right? So you could justify the evil things he does and say, oh well, he's just a robot. He doesn't have emotions. He's doing things he thinks is logical or whatever. But here it's like, no, he has emotions and things he cares about. He's kind of almost human in a way, you
Yeah,
know.
because
Imagine like
in most of
being
the
human
other
and uh-huh.
because in most of the other routes, like he just kind of acts like a mascot character, you know?
Yeah. So it's interesting knowing like he's kind of human. So knowing like if he were ever to make like a monstrous decision, you know, what would that say about an intelligent being? Because like what kind of person would do something horrible? You know, like hmm. Anyway, just keep that in mind. I just want you to know, Carter, and audience. I wrote in my notes like the order of events that's happening from this point onwards, and I meant to say like something about Gaku, and instead I mistyped it as Goku, and I said Goku goes crazy on the TV. Yeah, he does, doesn't he? He does that sometimes. So yeah, so the suspicion has been building in the background about Sea keeping things from people, and so Goku, and by that I mean Gaku, starts like hijacks the screens and starts telling people like come to the gym, like something's going on, and so we go to the gym. Uh, to confront him and a few others, and we actually end up having a battle. Very interestingly, um, they seem to have like taken like Sirei or somebody hostage. It's something like that. And you're like, all right, we got to deal with this. I don't know what's going on, Gaku and the others, but like, I guess we have to fight. And so you have a battle in the gym, which is really weird. There's even like a whole cutscene where you transform in the gym. They made specifically for this, which is
Yeah,
awesome.
and like you're fighting to free Sere, aren't you? Because you're brainwashing
Yeah,
Vixen.
well, it's not even just that. It's also you're just like, I don't know what's going on, but like something's up. So we have to fight regardless. But this is over quickly because you fight not to the death or anything. You're just battling, and you realize like this is a distraction. Like Yugamu's not here, and he was acting sus earlier. Like something's up. Sirei's not here either. I have a bad feeling about this. So you go to the war room and you find Sirei staked to the wall, freaking like
It's
crucified
a
or
really
whatever.
funny shot.
Yeah, and Yugamu is just sitting there like threatening him. He's like pulling his full assassin mode, which unless you've
This is
well actually no, you've not really seen him be like this at all,
yeah.
really. Because he says he's skilled at it, but he doesn't really like doing this, right? And he's been weird before, but he's never really, aside from that one time in like Slasher Root where he's holding Gaku up, like he's never in assassin mode. This might be the only other time in the whole game, but he's full on assassin mode, like ready to cause mayhem. And he reveals like he even like removed the bomb from his chest. He just like tore it out of himself
Which
using his surgical skills. Which, by the way, he's done that in other routes for other characters, but usually like under anesthetic. No, he just ripped himself open and took the bomb out.
and like I will say,
Yugamu moment.
I'll say like to the credit of the artists, like they always make when that happens, they always make it look just gnarly. Like
Yeah.
you look at like the healing wound that's left over and you can just like see like, oh man, that had to suck.
Yep.
Because I'm pretty sure like you see like that they had to like staple the wounds together in
Yep.
both cases, don't you?
It's a big one. He like ripped himself open. Like it's not tiny. But yeah, so he's threatening Sirei because he knows there's more things he's keeping from them. And they want to know more. They need you to stop effing lying. Like tell us stuff.
Right, because
Um,
Yugamu, this is also, isn't this when he says like he tells the story about the other assassin, right?
I don't know if this is when he says it, but it's good context for like. Actually, no, I'm not sure what specifically you're talking about.
It's he talks about how there was that girl that
Yeah.
there
No,
was
I don't remember if that happens here, but that is good context for Yugamu that like he doesn't. There's only one person he wants to kill, and so he doesn't. He hates that he's doing this, and he hates that secrets are still being kept from them.
yeah, because you know Yugamu's whole thing, he only wants to kill someone he loves. There's an assassin he had become like a rival with, but she ended up you know, she doesn't want to do it anymore, and kind of her only way of getting out is if Yugamu is strong enough to kill her. And so that's
Right.
kind of his like motivation behind the scenes.
Yeah. So we're doing this, and Sirius like, fine, I'll start telling you some things. Clearly, like all of you are wanting more information. You're not going to work for me, and he's probably also thinking it would be very difficult to brainwash all of you in these circumstances. I need you to fight, so I'll reveal some information to you. He starts explaining that basically he is a robot and that he's modeled on the thought patterns of all of mankind. That's what he says. I don't know how truthful that is, or if he means the current mankind, or just a portion of it. But he says, yeah, he's basically the will of humanity incarnate. He communicates with them sometimes literally, sometimes he bases it off simulations. But he basically is a representative of humanity specifically.
He is.
Keep that in mind.
He's basically the. It's funny. He's kind of like the Patriots from Metal Gear Solid 2.
That's not a bad comparison at all. Yeah, it's something like that. He is, but in this story, importantly, he is representative of humanity, which is
Yeah.
Which has a lot behind it.
I think it's like, instead of being an algorithm based off of a certain set of people, it's like it is supposed to be kind of the thought patterns and brains of basically, I think, all humans, just from a specific point in time earlier in history.
He doesn't, to be clear, he doesn't say that. In fact, he implies the opposite. And any idea that it might have been an earlier humanity is pure headcanon. We don't know for sure.
Okay, I think that was, I think that's just how I interpreted it in the moment.
Yeah. No, like, I don't know how he goes about it, but he seems to be implying that he does represent just humanity in general. Now, to be clear, it's based on their thought patterns, not their beliefs or individual opinions. Like, it's more like unconscious, like, vibes-based things, like a person's first instinct or reactions, How would, a good person feel in this situation, a bad person? What would they, like,
which, that is a
okay
very interesting decision. That's a very interesting distinction. Yeah. Because that means that because that is, like, Siray's main mode of seeing things, it is very hard to talk him out of decisions that he has already made.
Yeah, and also he's just like, I'm a lot of people, so clearly I'm smarter and know better, and his algorithm, his coding makes it so he works for humanity first and foremost. So he will only agree to, like, change tactics or listen or, like, I'll hear you out
if it benefits
you really
humanity.
Make a good point. Yeah, if you're, like, making a good point and he thinks it'll benefit humanity. But he doesn't get to explain much more, because at this point another commander shows up. It's the one that makes clones of people, the one that was Moko the first go around. And you go to fight them, and Ato shows up again. But now there's a bunch of them. We did a game. We found the multiple Atos routes.
Yep. Let's go. Multiple Atos.
Yep. So we fight the Atos. Hold on. I need to verify one little thing. I just want to check. Okay. I was like, does Nico die in this route? I don't know. I don't think so. It's probably not that important. I guess I'll remember later. Point is, you fight Ato, you beat him, and then Veshna shows up to absorb the commander and is about to kill Ato. And, like, Veshna's either stops last second or you barely save Ato. And you get a choice on whether you want to spare Ato again or if you want to kill him. Just like your choice earlier at the beginning of the route, you get to decide. Should we kill Ato?
And, this time it is, like, a bit more of a conundrum, because, like, not only do we know that, like, Ato is, he's betrayed us, he'll betray us again, like, he actually has already done something in this.
He escaped and tried to attack us several times, and is, like, knows more of the truth and is still trying to kill us. Like, I don't know, man. I kind of want to just end it. But
he is an active danger, but to continue along the main scenario, you spare him.
Spare him again. Yeah. I'm going to keep sparing you, man. You can keep being evil, and I'm going to keep showing you mercy. At this point, you spare Ato, you trap him in the cage again, and he's like, well, frick. At this point, I don't even know if I want to escape again. I don't have anything better to do. And, everyone confronts Siray, and you're given another chance to have him gathered around, now with Ato here, to start explaining things. They're like, all right, we got everyone here. Start talking. We're not satisfied. Keep going. And he explains a lot. Um, yeah, so this is an Earth.
Yep.
Uh,
Unlike Syria had been
actually,
saying this whole time.
yeah, think Sirei is always, whenever you catch him, he will lie and lie and lie, and sometimes he'll give you a bit of the truth and then lie again. He'll just mix in lies just for fun sometimes. It's crazy. So like getting him to like spill the truth for more than 5 seconds is really difficult. This is an important moment. Yeah, so Earth actually died a very long time ago. It took its own life through world death because humanity sucked. So we escaped on a spaceship and looked for a very, very long time. Many, like thousands of years have passed, and we traveled many light years to another planet that seemed like it would be good on our big spaceship, the satellite you call it. And turns out there were already some life forms here. We tried to negotiate with them, and it just didn't work. There was nothing more that could be done. So we had to violently attack them. And that war has been going on for a long time, and that's where we are. So they had this power called Hemo Anima, and our weapons wouldn't work on them. So we stole their god baby, they called the Second Coming,
Is this
and we've been
wait?
studying it.
Is that this
Uh-huh.
early?
Yes.
Huh.
To be fair, we're further into the thing than you might realize. This is around day 60 something.
Yeah,
No,
it's
hold on, let me double
I
check. This is closer to day. This is day 58.
I didn't know I didn't remember stealing the god baby thing was like
Yep.
this early as well. Huh.
He just mentions that well, he explains why is because humans like snuck into the base of the Paragons and they found the baby and they studied it. They studied it, and that's how we got Hemo Anima. That's where our guys got
Okay,
it.
so we don't so there's still a
Yeah.
little bit being hidden there. Okay. Yeah, and
Yes.
so that already, like, obviously if you've played several routes, you've probably figured this out for yourself. Um,
Mhm.
you can definitely figure it out if you've played like the killing game route specifically, but this still like really changes the morality of what's going on. Like
Mhm.
it is revealed like this is not a defensive thing anymore. It is just straight up like you are attacking a planet with the intention of eventually genociding it.
Yep. So we were already in a morally uncomfortable spot, but I feel like the characters either don't know enough yet, or they're just really trying to grapple with it. That it's not. We haven't reached a breaking point yet. Um,
Because does
so
Siri also say like at this point the whole thing of like, oh well, the satellite can't sustain humanity forever, so we need to.
yeah, he does say like, yeah, we're on a time limit. I think he says like there's 100 years left, or I don't think it's 1,000. I think it's like 100.
Yeah.
Um, which is a strict time limit, to be clear. But he just really brushes past we tried everything, we couldn't do it. If you play other routes, it's like, no man, we just like started attacking, bro. They said no, so we just boom boom boom. That's our planet. Who knew? We did gas and poison bombs, and we did horrible atrocities to them, and they're still fighting back. So strange, that they would keep fighting back. Why don't they just die? Wacky. Humanity moment. Anyway,
Will you condemn
uh,
James? Will you condemn the Futurans?
shut up. So, yeah, I can't remember if I don't think I mentioned this, but like Ava has joined us more recently, not immediately, but more recently as a brainwashed person, and is like, yeah, I'm your possession. You can do whatever you want with me, and that doesn't give people good vibes at all in the story. Um, So we're in an awful, not great spot. Like we're fighting, we're winning. We beat Ato and he's in the cage, but like our situation's way more crazy than we thought it'd be. Uh, this is weird to me, but like Sirai's like, yeah, we had to tell you these lies because the truth was just so beyond, just so out there, you would never have believed it. But like in retrospect, they would have believed anything because they had fake memories. They gave them fake memories and then lied to them after that. Couldn't they have just given them fake memories that gave them more of the truth? Like
I mean, I
we're in
think
we're in space part maybe.
I think that this like really comes down to like the themes of the game and what they're trying to draw parallels to. The fact
Mm,
that like there is this whole meta narrative that the people are operating on that is like a lie, you know?
yeah.
Um it's I think that it's supposed to I think that the fake memories really are supposed to be something that allows us to draw a better parallel to similar events throughout history and the way that people have been convinced in the past to do these things,
Hmm.
either through manifest destiny, through no, actually we were the ones who occupied this land first, or oh, there's this other big terrible force that's going to come for us if we don't, become a big enough boot to step on others first. You know,
Yeah.
um, obviously, like you can make the argument that it would have been more logical for the like people in this setting to implant different false memories, but I feel
Mm,
like it would have made the ending package like less thematically relevant.
yeah. So a really interesting like situation happens here too, where like you start like getting mad at Sirei about it, and he's like, "It had to be done," and he's like, "You're like, it had to be done. What do you mean by that?" And he's like, "This is the only way to protect those you hold dear." And then Ato's like, "Are those we hold dear even on the satellite?" And everyone's like, "That's a good question, Ato."
Because
um,
remember, I think it's like one of the things that I was like wondering earlier on in the game is like, is there like a big time skip in between the introduction and the current, the introduction in the main part of the game? Because, you know, Uchikoshi has done plot twists like that before.
mhm.
So like it very well
um,
could be like, oh, everyone you know and love has like died of old age.
yeah. All right, so I actually forgot this next part, but yeah, so Siri's telling this truce, and like things are getting heated up, and everyone's getting like really sus, and then Eva's memories like start acting up, and she attacks Siri and breaks him. So he's out of commission, and
Thank,
we beat Ato,
thanks,
but the thing
Ava.
he's
Thanks for that,
yeah,
Ava. By the way, you saved the day there.
I mean, he was telling us the truth, so it might have been a not great idea, but he was also definitely gonna do bad things from this point onwards, so.
Mm.
A good riddance. Ato is trapped in a cage and he's still evil and he's happy we're suffering, but the things he's been saying have been very true. He's been making some good points about how much Sirei sucks.
Oh.
So we're now in an interesting spot, and Shoma's head has been like acting up like crazy. Like his hemo anima, something's up. He's like something's happening with him, and whenever we try to talk to him, he's like zoned out. So we don't know what's up with him. Uh, so that's interesting. So this is another point where I'll say the story starts kicking it into high gear because you're gonna be forced to make a pretty awful choice. Um, Shoma starts remembering things. It turns out that his hemoanima, his turtle ability, his defense, actually protected him from the brainwashing a bit, and like some of it has been leaking through. It was pretty deep brainwashing, like on a fundamental level, but now like memories he had before are starting to leak through and break it. Um, and so he's like, I'm remembering little bits, and like they're really bad. Like something really extremely important is being kept from us that Sire was probably never going to tell us. And we don't just want to know, we actually really need to know this. I know that much. We need to know this at any cost because it will affect everything we do from this point onward on a fundamental level. But I don't know what to do. I don't know how to get these memories back. And he's lying because he does know how to get the memories back, and Ato probably pushed him into this. And he's the one who brings this up. He of all people, he says, "We don't really have a choice. In order to get these memories back, I need to power up my hemoanima, which means the only way to do that is to absorb Ava. There's no other commanders left unless you want to beat Veshnus right now. We need to. We have to kill Ava and let me absorb her so I can remember the full truth.
Now,
The
how,
truth." And he says, he
so
specifies I don't want to kill Ava, but the truth is actually just that important that we might have to kill her.
Right. So what were your thoughts when you first came across like that dichotomy and the fact that it's like Shoma bringing it up? Like, what do you think about that?
I fully believed Shoma when he said it was that important. I trusted, like, it is so important that Shoma of all people would be willing to, like, I have to be the one to kill someone to do this. Like, it's that life changing. So I was
Yeah.
like, okay, I get that, but Ava, we're not killing Ava. I'm not doing that. I'll say no, and we'll figure something else out. That's what's gonna happen. I'll tell Shoma no, and I'll say, like, we can kill Veshness and absorb her, or someone else will show up. I mean, we don't know about Dalsha. Like, surely there's someone, or some other way we could do this.
Nope.
What about for you?
I mean, my thing was more about my thoughts when I came across the story beat was just like this is what I really started feeling like, oh wait, this is the main route, huh? And like we are going down such a like markedly worse path than the first 100 days. Like I think when Shoma brought it up, like I thought it was like such a good showcasing in just a single action of like how bad things have gotten. Because like Shoma,
Yeah.
obviously he's been he's been objectifying Ava the whole time, and he's never really seen her
Yeah.
as the person she really is. But like at the very least, during the first 100 days, he was like adamant about protecting her and making sure that no one hurt her, and that like she saying like she deserves to live. We can't let anyone kill her. So for him to be the one who like ends up saying like
Yeah.
yeah, actually I think we do have to kill her, to like not even to
He's
like
the one.
not to protect ourselves, not because of anything she's going to do, but literally because of this other factor that has come in when
Yeah.
we are now considering like taking her life essentially in cold blood for
Yeah,
this.
he's like the last person that would have done that
yeah.
to her. Yeah, it's crazy. And also just from a gameplay perspective, it's like you're losing yet another party member. The situation keeps getting harder already with Veshness, but it's like you have to sacrifice another party member to get to the truth. And it's the one person who you tortured earlier, by the way. And if you've been playing other routes, you know she's like the nicest person here who does no wrong. Heck, if you didn't kill her, she might be able to tell you lots of the truth and help you remember more, by the way, if you just unbrainwashed her, but they don't know that. Can't we just like call up Commune? She would fix this. Commune she wouldn't. She didn't want to. She didn't want to hurt us.
I almost have, and this is also where I don't know if this fits as a whole, but what are your thoughts on the ideas that I have this thought that I've been going through recently of, is part of the reason why second scenario happens the way it does is because are we as Takumi kind of just taking the path of least resistance answers in this route like he does in the first 100 days?
I don't necessarily think so. I consider that because the route is just a straight line, right? Like that would make sense. But some of the choices are kind of odd. Like, I mean, I guess you could argue sacrificing Kyoshika, like to him, would be the PS of least resistance because like maybe he views Takamaru as more of a important like ally, whereas Kyoshika is the silly samurai gal. Like I don't know.
Even though she's literally better than him in gameplay.
Oh yeah, of course. But like from her perspective, I don't think these are always the most sensible choices or the choices that are easiest.
Yeah. I mean, like
for him to make.
I've been trying to figure out in my mind if it is like an accurate framing to say like the Takumi from second scenario like fundamentally did not learn any lessons from first scenario, and is essentially like making the canon decisions that get you there are essentially ones in which he hasn't really grown that much.
I will ask you one question
like
to let you decide.
And isn't like exercising his own agency.
Okay, so honestly, I'm looking at them again, and most of these, except maybe the last one, are Takumi not exercising agency. But
Yeah.
let me ask you, would Takumi, on the path of least resistance, save Gaku over Kurata? Oh, but Kako told him to. Oh
Kako told
no, you might be
no,
right.
Gakko told him
I
to. It's not really a choice he's necessarily like making for himself.
I think you might be right. I think the only lessons he really learns are keep Nozomi alive and figure out more of my situation. And otherwise, yeah, he like it's almost a path of least resistance. Or I mean, not that there's no resistance, but like the choices he makes, um, there's usually not better options or like easier options, and the ones that are like easier are ones that would have been out of character for him at that point. Like, it's hard to imagine Takumi right after the first 100 days not telling anyone his time travel secret, right?
Yeah. So yeah, that's just something I had in my head, and it's making more sense now that I'm like talking it out with you. Especially since you had all the choices in front of you. But yeah, because it's something that you had been talking about, how like
Mm.
the Takumi in a lot of the second 100 days routes is someone who is exercising a lot more agency and making a lot more decisions for himself than he did in the
Yeah.
previous loop. And it's exercised, and it's shown through the fact that you are allowed to make like those decisions as the player.
Yeah.
But I do think it's really cool that like the main route of this game, you can argue, is one in which like Takumi is technically exercising the least agency through his choices.
Yeah. Now, to be fair, when he does exercise agency, a lot of those routes end up worse. So I'm
But
not sure
some
if
of
that's
them
trying to
end up
say.
like way better.
Yeah, or at least for him, you know. Yeah, it's a good point. But yeah, so we get to this choice. One second. We get to this choice where you have to decide whether to let Shoma kill Ava or not. And the correct choice is to do it, because if you don't, you get the Ava route, which we've already talked about on our tier
Which
list.
is still that's definitely, is this the first like morally superior route in this
Probably.
branch?
Like, I don't. Things get pretty rough if you do let Ava, or if you do let Ava live, because I mean the first thing she does is just kill Shoma, who he didn't want to kill Ava. He was just in a rough spot, so rip to that guy. And some other stuff happens too, but yeah, it's probably. I think you make a good point. Like, it's probably just the morally better. I don't know if it's the first one though. But yeah, what you have to do here to get second scenario is you have to let Shoma kill Ava, even though no one wants that. That will help him remember the truth, and he does, and it's really sad. And he like goes unconscious for a couple of days or something. I don't remember how long. He's out for a while, and you're like, well, Ava's dead. Also, Surei's broke. I guess we'll work on maybe fixing Surei. We'll see at that. Tsubasa get on that, but yeah, we'll just have to wait.
Jesus Christ, why would you? After all
certainly
that's happened so far,
got more to tell us probably. Maybe he's got more to tell us.
I'm sure that we won't regret bringing Surei back.
Yeah, I'm sure. Like, there's probably some benefit to having him around, right? Surely we need him. Tsubasa, get on fixing him. What if Ima needs a body again? Like, I don't know, man. So Shoma eventually wakes up, and he comes to the cafeteria, and he's like, I had to sort things out. Like, I had to make sure these memories were true and accurate. Let's all meet in this classroom. Actually, you might have met in the classroom. I can't remember. But you all meet in the classroom. He even calls Eito in, weirdly enough. So everyone's here, and there's no Surei or Nigo. There's no commanders to attack right now or anything. It's just you guys.
And should we go ahead and give like a warning just in case someone might want to play this game in the future?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what this video is going to be called, but yes, hypothetically, a person will know. But just to be extra safe, like, we are about to talk about the most important and biggest plot revelations and twists in all of 100 Line that will reframe how you think about every other route. It will completely change everything.
Both me and James
just play through. If you somehow are playing 100 line and listening to this and you haven't played through second scenario, you should really play through second scenario first, and
Yes.
then you can listen to this. Second
Um,
scenario is the main, most important ending. You don't have to do anything but unlock it. Super easy.
because what's about to come up is like the deepest secret in the entire game. And
Yes.
like this was what. Okay, and also, James, just an estimate. How many hours in was this for you?
I mean, it's probably over 100 because I'd played several routes before this.
It was over
Maybe
100
like
for me
80
as
or
well.
something. So yeah, we've given you your warning. So Shoma gathers you all together to reveal the final and biggest truths. Lots of them, actually. Let me take a sip of water before I get on this. He walks us through everything. Essentially, most of what Siri said was true. We're on an alien planet. But we weren't people just given humo anima. Uh, there's more to it than that. Also, about the people we care about most. So all of our memories are fake. All of them. All of our memories of the past. All of our memories with Karuwa and our mom on the satellite. All of Tsubasa's family memories with the grandpa and Kurata. It's
This
the whole rich family and all that crap.
this
All is
clears
fake.
something, and this clears like something up that has probably like been bothering a lot of people who played the game up until this point. Is that
Yeah.
there's a scene for one. There's a scene in the first 100 days where everyone is like kind of talking about like, wait, Nozomi, like her mom worked at this. Well, I don't think the mom thing was revealed. It's like, wait, Nozomi had.
It was loosely.
Oh wait, no. Just there's a important hospital, Kamakura Hospital, that I think both Shoma remembers, and it's part of Nozomi's backstory, but nobody else remembers.
No one remembers.
No one remembers this hospital.
The only thing you really conclude about it is that that hospital somehow gave you guys your powers, but none of you remember going there.
And also, like, as you learn the backstories of characters like Kurata and Yugamu, it's really, really weird, because you're like, wait a second, when I was in the intro, the Tokyo residential complex was shown as being this very peaceful place. Like,
Yeah.
why do we have, like, a person who's the heir to a, like, Lockheed Martin-esque company? Like, what private organizations are needing weapons in this setting? Why are there why are there private assassins like Yugamu? And it's all explained of like, okay, literally people were given fake memories, and those fake memories probably involved very different, images of the Tokyo residential complex.
Yep. So all of our memories are fake for everyone. They were all given to us. We were made in the Tokyo residential complex, but we're all basically test tube babies. We're all clones created with hemo anima from the start, and then we were put in machines that work like brainwashing. They essentially created fabricated memories for all of us to have lives.
To make it clear, like, these weren't like torture devices. They were just like
no,
you're
just
like
regular,
asleep, and it's like kind of making you dream these memories.
Yeah, I think Siray's brainwashing thing is like a cheapo depot version of one that's also maybe extra torturous just for funsies. I don't know, but these ones we're using are pro, not torture devices. We're just sleeping people in pods, given fake dreams and fake memories, and brainwashed to believe we have a history. During this, this is, well, I'll get to this a little bit later, I guess. But it's also, we can surmise, and based on other details later in other routes, that some terrorists or whatever in the satellite are the ones who interfered and made Ato's memories so awful. But in reality, like, what actually happened is we were all filled with these memories and then put on a spaceship, and we never woke up at all until we were on the ground on the surface in the academy. That time we all woke up on our desks and we're like, where are we? That was our first day actually out and about and alive.
Yeah, that was essentially like your birth. The first.
Yes.
It's interesting. I don't know if there's anything to this, but it's really interesting that you have these fake memories. Everything that you like see during the first what would it be, like 15 to 20 minutes of the game.
Yeah,
That's
maybe
all
30.
yeah, 15. That's all fake. Um
Yeah, so if you were wondering
it's
what happened
fun.
to Kata after we
Yeah,
got yoinked
so
away.
so Kato, so that does bring up a question with Nozomi that we'll answer later. I wonder if
Yeah.
there's something to the presentation that, like, all of that was depicted in 3D. Like, all of that is in, like, the
Well,
like big budget 3D cutscene thing, and
I
then,
wouldn't
like,
overthink that,
once
given
you,
the final cutscene is too.
I guess, but it's like it's still interesting to think about. At
Yeah.
least in the way that, like, it makes the twist unexpected, and that,
Yeah,
like,
because if
it's
anything, that
literally,
feels more important and more real
yeah, that's what
because it's 3D.
I was about to say, like, the fact that all these cutscenes are in 3D, it is bringing it into a medium that, like, feels closer to us than, like, the 2D visual novel style.
Yeah, and then it's like, just kidding. All that, we've made it up.
And
So that's cool. So any plot holes you had with that or things you don't have to worry about it. So yeah, all those memories are fake. We're all clones of somebody, and we have hemoanima because of that. That matches our personalities. Our like genomes were like, or like genes were messed with, so we'd all be different people, you know. But we're all technically siblings. We're all clone test tube babies who were all born here with fake memories to give us reason to fight, and that's
man,
basically it.
the romance route is wild thinking back now.
Yeah, certainly add something if you have any
I
ships that aren't Nozomi.
I guess we can't really criticize Ima anymore.
Yeah. I'm not skipping ahead. I'm just gonna give this a little mention just because it makes sense. But Nozomi does eventually get some brainwashing undone, and she mentions that like most of her memories of like sneaking into the facility were true. So like that those memories now make sense. Like, oh, she did sneak into a facility because we were test tubes
Yeah,
or
remember,
whatever. Those weird pod people.
Nozomi actually did. She's the only one who doesn't have, like, the fake memories, or at least, like, entirely fake memories.
Yeah, she just had minor brainwashing done afterwards to make her recontextualize or forget some things. But it turned out most of her memories were fine. They actually, like, the people knew she snuck on and were like, all right, like, if you want to fight so bad, like, I guess that's what happened. But she really did join us, and she really is wholly human, unlike us. We are not humans. We are from this planet. Planet Futurum, by the way. I don't think I mentioned that earlier. We are Futurans. Same as the people we've been attacking, the invaders. We are of the Futuran species. So that's cool.
Yeah,
Everything we know and love isn't true.
You brushed. See, I feel like we brushed past that a little quicker than we were supposed to. Of like, I almost wonder, like, what's the
I'm about to get back to it. Is the thing.
Okay, I almost wonder what's the more devastating revelation. Like, the fake memories are like, you are of the same species. Like, that is why you have hemoanima. You are of the same species of the people you've been killing the entire time.
We're about to make it a double whammy, because who are we a clone of, Carter?
Yep. We're not just a clone of, like, any regular Futuran.
Yep. The second coming, the baby they stole, was always Shion, turns out, and Shion was the only resource they had, so we're all clones of the baby we've been defending. Turns out all of us are siblings, and also, yeah, Shion is not only being charged up to kill his own race. By the way, they call him a second coming because he's basically like, they treat him like he's Jesus. Like, he's almost this religiously powerful figure.
He is supposed to be this messianic he is this, like, messianic figure in, like, the natives' religion.
We've kidnapped baby Jesus from these people and are charging him up as a super nuke to kill them all. So he's gonna wipe out his own people. We've cloned him. We've, like, messed with his genes and cloned him and created a bunch of people and brainwashed them and made them fight against their own people and slaughter them. And we're working to annihilate this whole race for an invasive, I don't know if parasitic's the right word, but for an invasive species that showed up. And not just any invasive species, an invasive species that killed its own planet, drove its own planet to suicide, showed up and just started attacking. With incredibly violent, horrific warfare the world has never known here. And then they stole Jesus Christ, and they turned him into a super nuke, and they cloned him, and the clones started killing everyone. That's who we are. baby. Also, some terrorists super brainwashed Ato and made him attack his own kind, like even then some, like us. So yeah, doesn't that suck? Sirai lied about all of this in every route,
Yep.
repeatedly.
So I would. Do you
All the
think?
people we care about are fake. The people we should be caring about, we have been murdering.
Okay, have we gone over every detail from this revelation?
There's some more Nozomi provides in a little bit, but like this is the big stuff. This is the big chunk.
Okay. I mean,
This is
here's the thing. I am wanting really soon to essentially put the plot on pause
yes,
and
I know.
start talking about the major themes of the game that I feel like with this spoiler I can now kind of just open the lid on. Do we want to go over the Nozomi stuff first?
Yes, let me go ahead with Nozomi and to the next choice because the next choice is when it all matters. We're despairing over this, and Nozomi tells us, "Hey, I know all your memories are fake, but not entirely, because you were talking about how much Karada looked like me. Well, I was visiting you while you were in the pod. That's one of the memories I had removed from me that they took from me and brainwashed over. You actually did know me because I was visiting you in the pod, and you like opened your eyes occasionally and saw me and heard me talking about my life, and that got mixed in to the backstory of your friend in your dreams, this Karawa person. They are based on the real me who actually existed and actually was like that interacting with you. So Katara is at least half real. Like that was just me. We did in fact know each other. So you do have some attachment to reality and to me, and I'm gonna keep fighting with you guys. Yeah, I was Sirai and humanity have put you to something horrible. I'm with whatever you decide. I want to defend you above all else, before anything else. That's the most important thing to me. And I believe I can't remember if this happens like at this point, but like someone attacks, Nozomi fights to defend you, and you all decide you're gonna fight for what you believe in. You all prepare to fight some enemies, and then you decide what are we gonna do from this point onwards. And turns out Sirai is fixed. It's time to talk to Sirai.
Is this before or after the Ato choice?
Ato doesn't make the choice until after we've decided whether or not to fight for humanity, which I'm about to get to.
Okay.
So let me get to this. Sirai basically confirms everything you know now is true. He really tries to guilt trip you and say, "Oh, it had to be this way. We were doing this for this and that reason. Humanity decided this." You know, there's lots of different people in humanity. Some people didn't want this. You know, there's lots of variety. You know, it's not like everyone's like this. But I was just doing the best. You know, we decided this is what needed to happen. You know, really think about, you know, whether you want to fight for humanity or not. You know, hey, there's like kids and stuff up there. You know,
Is this the choice? Is this also the scene where he turns on the live feed, or is that later?
Let me recall. I think this is when it happens, but even if it wasn't, this is probably the best time to bring it up.
So at a certain point,
more stuff happens after you make the choice, and he keeps like rubbing it in. But yes, this is the part where he brings up the live feed. Because
like here's the this is like a really rough scene.
Yes.
That like really impacted me my first time when Sirai. So like you just found out all of these like horrible things about who you are, what you've done, the fact that you are essentially, you know, the thing about being test tube babies, born and bred to kill like the very species that you came from. And so obviously like everyone's like, wow, this is really messed up. We really shouldn't do this. And Siri's like, well, wait a second. Humanity still only has 100 years left. We can't let humanity die. And so what he does is you've been speaking to Sirai, who is trained on an algorithm of humanity.
Yeah.
Sirai, what he does in this moment is he reveals, okay, since the truth is out, we've actually went ahead and revealed the full truth to everyone on the human satellite. Here's a live feed where they're talking to you right now.
Yeah.
And
God, that's crazy.
My God, that like the little like monologues we get after that are like they're pretty tough to listen to, of like all these people on the satellite. You hear them like one by one just being like, I don't, like, I know that this isn't right. I know that like what we're doing is like terrible, but like we still need you to fight for us so that like humanity doesn't die out. I think you hear like a new father whose kid like was born 4 days ago. You get like people from a bunch of different walks of life, and it's, I think what really impacted me is like, this whole time that you are having to decide between like doing the right thing and saving humanity, because the Futurans are obviously like the ones. The Futurans are obviously like the victims here. They did not aggress on
Yeah.
anyone like initially. Obviously, like things have gone bad for them now. They're under control of like a fascist leader, but like the Futurans as a whole didn't necessarily do anything wrong. Um, but Syria is now like weaponizing the innocents on the human side, the civilians on the human side, to make you feel guilty about what will happen if you end up
Yep.
doing the right thing. And like the part that really gets me is like after hearing several of them, like Nozomi just breaks down and like is
Yeah.
begging Sire to like cut the feed.
Yep. And it's like I feel like it's important that we did get to communicate with these people and hear them and they know the truth. Like that should have happened. It just should have happened a really long time ago,
Yeah.
first of all, and it should never gotten as far, and we shouldn't have done things the way we did. And what makes me mad is I'm actually watching the feed right now, and Siri's got this smug little smile on his
Like
face
he
the whole
knows what he's
time.
doing. He it's one of those moments where he's presenting, like he is presenting himself as being like fair and understanding and empathetic, and oh, I'm just trying to do what's right for humanity, but it's like no, he knows that he is being incredibly manipulative.
Yeah. That the and also like everyone is like sort of in awe and horror watching this, but like no one can say anything. And Nozomi being the one, like it cuts to her and she's just, like fully screams like stop it, like
Yeah.
she's the one who's like Sire, like I'm the only human here, so let me speak. Like go f yourself.
Yeah,
You
like
suck.
this is like this is probably like the scene that solidified me like feeling like, oh no, Sire deserves to be put in front of a firing squad. Like
Yeah.
Veshness, aside from what happened in first scenario, she is generally like a very honest person who, even though she is evil and is out to just kill the protagonist, she's honest about it, and she's going to do what she says she's going to do. Whereas Sire is different. Like Sire wants you to think he's a good person. He wants you to like feel safe and trusted with him so that he can manipulate you. And it's also, I don't know if it's better or worse. Like Siri believes he's doing the right thing by being dishonest and by manipulating you and putting you through this horrible, horrible situation.
Yeah. I'll get it's just this is a tangent, but I want to mention that from this point onwards, Ato's like been out and among us more often, and he's also here too. It's not that they trust Ato at this point, but Ato is like sort of in an ambiguous space where he doesn't know like what to do or how he feels just yet. I kind of want to read verbatim what happens here after Nozomi tells Siri to stop for a second, because I think it's really good.
Yeah.
Uh, Nozomi's like, this is too cruel. Isn't it enough that you kept the truth from them for so long? Now you want them to keep fighting for you? That's totally unreasonable. What do these people on the satellite know about sacrifice, about hardship? They push it all into these guys instead. And then Siray's like, our mission is cruel and inhumane, I admit. We're undoubtedly the villains in this war. But humanity still wants to live, just like any other creature. Their first instinct is to survive. It's my duty to facilitate that, to save as many of them as possible. Okay. Even if it means sacrificing us? Not to mention all the innocent people on this planet? And then Sirius says, it's the only way to remake Futurum as the second Earth and give humanity a brighter future. I hate that line.
Mm,
It's like he vaguely claims they tried to coexist in the past or something, but like there's almost no detail on that. Even if there was some like something weird that happened in the past, or like the Futurans were uncomfortable with a giant spaceship showing up and trying to like lay a bunch of people on the ground, like there's like no attempt at all to coexist whatsoever, and
Yeah,
they
no,
like he just claims it's impossible.
it's very much an unreliable narrator thing, and like when you
Yeah,
think about
and here he's
how things happened in the past with like larger powers interacting with like, you know, native like populations, like,
yeah.
you know, people will say, oh, like, oh well, the natives ended up attacking, and were like, you know, they were like really aggressive towards us, and it's like there's usually a reason for that.
Yeah. And there's like he sneaks it in here. It's easy to like miss it if you're not paying attention, but like he makes good points for a second. Like humanity's just trying to survive. I'm just a robot here to facilitate that best method possible. It's the only way to remake Futurum as the second Earth. So he's like implying, he's baking it in there that we must raise the planet to with fire and make sure none of them are left so that humans can live here. And it's
Just
like, no, you don't.
wiping the entire identity of the planet itself to like
He keeps
overwrite
saying,
it.
yeah, we have no choice. You must do this, even though it's unforgivable and evil. I ask you to save humanity, and he like politely asks you to do that, and it's like, brother, like you're not giving. First of all, like I as a
James,
player want to see humanity without killing the Futurans. Maybe that's just me.
I'm just now realizing something. I know we had talked so much about the brainwashing scene with Ava. I feel like that is supposed to be, now, like, having this spelled out, I think that is supposed to be a foreshadowing and, like, very direct visual metaphor of what Sire's intentions are on, like, a macro level. It's supposed to be, like, it's supposed to be a little simulacrum of what Sire is trying to do. And that he is literally, like, taking, you know, in that previous scene, Ava, Futurin, but on a larger scale, like, Futurum the planet, he is, like, putting it through unimaginable pain and overwriting its identity. Like...
Yep. Remove its culture, its history. Like, forget for a second that everyone's just gonna die. Like, everything that's ever happened and mattered on this planet to these people, their lives, their memories, their loves, their sadness, you know, wars and history, like all of it's just going to be erased when it did not have to be. I also want to continue with what Ema says in response, where someone's like, what about like Veshna? She's going to attack. And he's like, you know, remember what Veshna's told us? Like, even if we beat Veshna, like, she said that as long as any Futurans are left, they're going to fight to the bitter end. It's going to keep going. And it's like, it's true that some will fight back, but we also know there's plenty of Futurans that are totally willing to negotiate or see reason. Like, to be fair, they don't really know this in second scenario, but
because we've made so
that,
many
like,
bad
Commune
decisions up until this point.
Yeah, like, we know Commune and them are out there. So, like, this is straight up not true. They have options. They haven't considered or seen them at all. And it's like, you see where this is going. They're going to feel like it's a binary decision. It's really not, but...
Yeah, and it really shows that, like, we would have known these options had been... We would have known these options existed if, like, we had actually chosen to... If we had actually chosen to exercise our agency up until this point.
And also through Sire in a blender.
Yep.
But yeah, so we get to this scene. Sire's guilt tripped us to max. We know pretty much most of the truth now, of pretty much everything, I think. I don't think anything's left. Also, even Shion's here and is kind of mad at Sire and is like, dude, you're making me slaughter my own people. Also, by the way, like, making me sacrifice my life. It's not just that I'm killing my own people. I was born for these people, and now you're asking me to not just die, but to, like, do a sacrifice. Like, I'm, like, giving everything I have, everything that I am, all my hopes and dreams, in order to massacre my own people. That's, like, the most, like infinite, like, horrific thing I can imagine, and you're making him do that. To this person you claim to care about, by the way. He couldn't even leave on the escape pod if they wanted to, you know? They don't know about the baby jar.
Yep.
It was by design made so that this would happen. So that's cool. That's epic, isn't it?
Yep. And so I believe this is at the point where you get the big decision, that which is this is one of the last decisions you get for this route. There will be a few more that come after, but I would say like this is probably, I think you could say this is essentially the point of no return narratively, of
Yeah.
where you
I will
decide
say,
what the characters are going to be doing from here.
yeah. Right before we get to that, something does happen. This isn't the choice, but Ato does come to you and is like, hey, humanity is pretty awful here. I'm starting to understand more what's going on. But just to be clear, I don't hate the Futurans. And also, like, my memories are fake, and you guys are my only family. Like, if there were anyone I would care about, it would be you guys. I spent enough time with you that I do have, like, a weird attachment. And, like, I don't hate you now because my memories were effing fake. So I want to work with you guys. I want to do whatever you decide because I clearly don't know any better than you guys do. Will you have me? And at this point, you're like, no. But Ato's still sticking around. Like he's still in a space where he's figuring out what he wants to do. But the point I'm making is that right now, he and all of you are on the same page, and you're just as confused and you're just as not sure what to do. And yes, you come up to this choice that Sirei, with revolving Sirei, he asks you one more time, like, despite everything, will you save humanity? Will you fight with us? And you're given the choice to keep fighting for humanity or to abandon humanity. And this is one of the most important choices in the game, especially second scenario, and one that really ties into the themes of everything. I know Carter's been wanting to talk about this for a while.
Yes.
Just everything revolving around this.
So this is the point where I would like to hit pause on the plot, and I want to talk about the overall big ideas of this game and what it is trying to express. Because I have been leaving out certain points of context when I've been giving like thematic discussions, just because it's something that's going to take a little while to get into. But I'm going to go ahead and give what I feel like is one of the biggest thematic threads. So I have said up until this point that I believe like one of the game's big thesis statements is that in order to create a happy ending, it requires, averting your eyes and selectively ignoring the suffering of others. I think that is only half of the main ideas that it is trying to express. Mm-hmm. The other half is that I see this game as a whole, at least, at the very least, the first 100 and second 100 days, but I think a lot of the other routes as well. I largely see this being essentially a sci-fi story commenting on Showa-era Japanese imperialism and what it made Japan specifically do to other countries in both the lead up to and during World War II. I think there are some specific historical parallels that you can draw that, obviously up until this point you could probably make the inference that it is about, not just war. It's not, not a game, it's not just a war bad game, but it is a more pointed critique about imperialism, about settler colonialism, about the interactions, between imperial powers and, native populations. I think that these are all things you can definitely understand up until this point, and I, would personally like to go deeper and add this historical context, that it's not just about these ideas in general, but it is about a specific point in time, and a specific instance of this happening. And I mean, I think it makes sense because obviously this is the history that the writers of the game would be working with. Obviously, in terms of imperial powers, they're going to be they are going to be most familiar with the imperial power that their that is, what their country used to be. I think it's a pretty similar. I think it's a pretty similar thing that has happened. I think it's similar to what happened with the author of Full Metal Alchemist.
Oh,
I, in that, obviously in Full Metal Alchemist, you have the whole Ishval plot line about that there was a genocide that Amestris carried out against it.
right.
And there's, this big, critique of, like, imperialism and colonialism there. And it's always, people have always, like, argued, like, what is the precise, like, thing that influenced Ishval. And, for one, Ishval is more meant to be a general one. It's more to be a general critique of these types of things, but people have read, like, very understandably, people have read, like, the Japanese internment camps through, a very specific historical reference in Full Metal Alchemist. They've also read, stuff like Nazi Germany into it. People are, and this is becoming a more popular reading nowadays, but people are reading, like, Israel and Palestine into it. But I'm of the opinion that, like, the actual specific incident that influenced Arakawa was the way Japan treated the Ainu people throughout its history, given that she grew up in Hokkaido, which is where the Ainu had originally lived. And I think there's a lot there. And I can't remember if there's been, like, a specific thing mentioned in an interview where she has said, like, yes, the Ainu is, like, what most influenced me, but I think it's
I don't know. I haven't heard.
I think it's just one of those, like, inferences you can make by proximity. And so I would like to go into some of these specifics and kind of expand on what I think it's trying to say. So, we're putting the plot discussion on hold, but we're going to kind of launch into kind of the meat of the thematic discussion. Now, for the very first thing I wanted to discuss, I had James pull up a certain thing that I don't think we've mentioned throughout this entire podcast.
Yeah, I don't think it's come up even once. Well, I've mentioned it once as a joke.
Every day in the game, you wake up to a morning announcement from Sire. Even when he's dead, he has these, like, pre-recorded. He has this little speech, a little motivational speech he gives to everyone every single morning. You will hear this hundreds of times throughout the game. And just as a refresher, James, could you read it out to me really quick?
Yeah, I gotcha. Up and at 'em, troops. Sorry. Let me start over. Hold on. I gotta get in the vibe. Him. Up and at 'em, troops. Time's to rise and... I said it again. Oh my god. One more time. Let's go. Third time's a charm. Up and at 'em, troops. Time to rise and shine. Get ready for your X day of active service here at Last Defense Academy. Prepare to spend another day enduring the unendurable and suffering the insufferable to pave the way for humanity's future. Greatness. Be ready to give your lives to protect our beloved school from the vile and barbaric enemy.
So, there's a line in there that's really, really important. This line that Siri says of enduring the unendurable and suffering the unsufferable. I'm going to read something from a different source right now, and then
go ahead.
And I'm going to tell you what it is after. So, the hardships and sufferings to which our nation is to be subjected hereafter will certainly be great. We are keenly aware of the inmost feelings of all of you, our subjects. However, it is according to the dictates of time and fate that we have resolved to pave the way for a grand peace for all generations to come by enduring the unendurable and suffering what is unsufferable. This, on August 14th, 1945, was a speech given by the prime. Let's see. Was this the prime minister or the emperor? Yes. So
Don't ask me.
this is a radio broadcast given by Hirohito, the Emperor of Japan, as their surrender at the end of World War II. The fact that the exact same words are said, I feel can't be really overlooked.
It doesn't feel like a coincidence.
And this was, I had, up until this point, I had multiple other things that were making me feel like this was about Japanese colonialism, but this felt like the smoking gun.
Mm-hmm.
That like a line that Siri is like telling you, hundreds of times throughout the game, is just basically lifted from, the surrender speech of Japan in World War II. And funny thing, I don't know if this little detail will remind you of Siri. A fun little factoid. This speech actually made no direct reference to a surrender of Japan. In fact, a lot of people who had heard this broadcast were confused and didn't know in the first place that, like, it was a surrender speech. So not only is this a speech that Siri is directly lifting from in words, much like Siri, this speech also could be argued to have obfuscated, the direct truth of the situation. Maybe not in a way to, maybe not as an attempt to like manipulate people. I mean, this was a surrender speech, but more as like a way to save face. But I can't help but see a parallel there. I
don't know what went on during the localization process, or even if it's like 1-to-1 in Japanese or something, but it, at the very least, it carries the same spirit. And if it is intentional, then like I think that obfuscation of just saying like we're just enduring what's unendurable and suffering the insufferable, rather than just saying like what you're doing, is like very intentional. And it's just it's the same thing with Sire, because like he's not saying we need you guys to go attack these people and claim their land for our people. He's saying, oh, you guys are working so hard, you're enduring the unendurable for us, for humanity. That's so nice.
He's like deliberately framing you as a hero.
Framing you as a hero and dodging the specifics of what you're doing is the energy of it. So I would not be surprised at all if that's a very like I don't think it's a coincidence for sure, but it just feels like that's probably intentional.
Yeah, and like I think
I wouldn't be surprised if there was a line during localization. They had a note right there that was like, "This is the most important part. Make sure it says exactly this. This is intentional."
And it's another thing that I really feel like there's a huge irony in that Siri is using this like speech, this surrender speech, to try and spur people on to victory and to keep fighting. When this is a speech that was, mainly given because Japan, like, wasn't, Japan had kept fighting when it was probably in, like, its best interest to lay down its arms. It's really interesting that there is this, that they're being used in such a different way. And there's definitely a historical context of, like, in the lead up to the way World War II ended, there were people in the Japanese government who were, like, arguing and basically begging, like, the emperor, like, we need to end this. Like, we need to surrender. We need to, stop fighting. And, like, the top leaders of the Japanese government, or at least like a military faction. It's been a while since I've read the specifics on like what was going on in the lead up to the end of the war, but like there were people within the government who were basically trying to get everyone to surrender. But I think it's like Hirohito, particularly the one who would end up giving that very speech, you know, wanted people to keep fighting.
Yep. I was gonna say I wanted to add this early on, but all this game definitely has a lot to say about colonialism and is built on that. Uh, I'm sure, like, it's not even, how do I put this? It's not just that it's about Japanese colonialism specifically, but it's clearly just about colonialism in general. But it definitely draws from Japanese history and experiences and like what Kodaka knows for sure. And so it builds a lot on like Japanese history specifically in order to tell the story. There's lots of this is not the only thing. There are a lot of little details and not so subtle references to World War II for sure in this
Yeah.
game.
And if there are any that I've like missed, you know, definitely like feel free to speak up and mention
Well,
any.
we'll get to some when we get to the bad ending.
I was gonna say like there's I'm dancing around you know, one more part of this discussion.
Yeah.
Just because I feel, and that's why I'm going ahead and setting things up now. Because I feel like laying the groundwork really helps understand. It really helps you understand what's happening when we get to the end.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's okay. I lost my train of thought. But yeah, no, it's it's really interesting to see how like these speeches were used in different ways, and it really does paint the picture of like what is happening here with Sire. Of like, it is such an indictment that the voice of humanity is saying this, because what it's showing is that humanity has not learned from its past. It is repeating the exact same, literally the exact same mistakes that it had done in the past. You know, and it's really interesting to think about like how the game kind of sets this up and like foreshadows things. You know, hey, why is humanity making these same mistakes again? Why haven't we learned from the past? You know, big question is, hey, was humanity even given the chance to learn from its past? When you have that library you go to earlier on in the game, all of like, you know, a lot of references to Earth, and they talk about this in the memories as well, that like information about Earth, about, you know, the surface has been, you know, largely censored, been largely wiped away. It's notable that Nozomi / Karua had managed to get her hands on on, you know, books and stuff about the outside world. So it's
the
like
people in charge and in power are literally erase the history. You don't need to worry about that.
So these people probably, you can make a parallel in that, like, you know, I believe like Japan has been criticized even to this day by other countries that suffered its hands in World War II, like that Japan is not like still really taken accountability for a lot of the things that happened, and that they haven't, and that they are trying to like whitewash and scrub their history and not recognize some of the most horrible things that happened.
And of course, it's not the only country that that does that. But again, this is Kodaka, the one telling the story.
Right.
I was gonna say, you know, erasing like the library and books like not being censored. It just reminds me of that lovely phrase. You know, those who don't know their history are doomed to totally make cool and radical decisions that are awesome and good.
Yep.
That's how the phrase goes, right? I don't know. I read it in some censored book. That's what happened. I think.
I think you hit the nail on the head right there, James. But yeah, it's like I believe at some points like there been like criticisms against the Japanese school system as well for like not teaching kids about, you know, the terrible stuff that happened in World War II. And you know,
well, I feel like every country has like we've scrubbed something we did from the history books.
Yeah, it's a very common thing in
Yeah.
actuality. I personally feel very lucky with my schooling experience because without giving away too many details, I grew up in a place that had a very dark history of how
Mhm.
certain groups of people were treated, and I never felt like that was being hidden from me in my
Yeah.
schooling. I feel
So,
like, at least in the school in my city that I went to, was very, very good about saying, like, yeah, no, these bad things happened in our town, and we're not going to like hide this from you. We think you should learn about and get an honest picture of the place you guys have lived.
yeah.
But
It's not like we know about literally every horror, but like we know a lot and we're told a lot, which I think was good to be educated on.
yeah, and so I know that at least in some
Kids
points
can handle it.
in the past, like Japanese schools haven't really done that as much. And so yeah, I had made that connection with like the library and the flashbacks just now, but I think that just
I didn't
kind
even
of
think about it.
I think that just adds way more evidence to my like reading. And this is just like my personal reading. Of course, it's commenting on colonialism as a whole, but like I
Yeah.
really do find it
Well,
interesting the parts it is like the parts that you can connect back to like concrete history.
yeah.
Um,
And part of the reason I brought up that it's colonialism everywhere wasn't in a weird like defense of Japan or something. It was more to say I'm really glad this got localized because this kind of story applies to everyone pretty much everywhere, but especially in some places
oh
like
yeah,
I'm glad it's available for just anyone to experience because hopefully people are picking up on the messages it's trying to convey.
yeah, and I feel like a lot of the I feel like a lot of the I think this game toes the line really, really well in having Japanese colonialism be like a very heavy thematic point, but it's done very subtly so that you can still understand it from the more like general universal standpoint. Like something that
Yeah,
really so one of the things that really jumped out at me is this whole concept of world death. I don't know if we've
yeah,
necessarily gone over it super heavy up until this point in the podcast, but basically this
yeah,
idea that um you know there back on Earth, there was this external force called world death, where the planet basically just decided, it wants to kill itself. It wants to kill
yeah.
all life
It
on
turns
it.
out it turns out the world is like conscious and it doesn't like how we've been treating it, basically. How we've been
Um,
acting.
and so now this unstoppable force that is an existential threat to humanity is something that we're having to contend with. And so what is the choice that humanity makes? Humanity decides to basically go and colonize this other planet to
Yeah.
to imperialize this other planet. And I can't help but see a parallel between that and how the colonial empire of Japan started, in that Japan Japan was in a very interesting position in the lead up to World War II. It kind of arrived at the conclusion of fascism in a bit of a different way than Germany and Italy did. Obviously, like, Japan for a long time was a very isolationist nation until it was forced to open up. Um, and while even it did have like this period of globalization and we need to open ourselves up to the rest of the world, they did see before and during World War One, huh? The big Western powers are all engaging in settler colonialism. They're all like deciding to basically divide up these like other less powerful countries and basically make them into like vassal states. Um,
And
and Japan was like, wow, really don't want that to happen to us. Like, they were, they were scared of that happening to them, and so they, the leaders were basically like, okay, how do we keep ourselves from becoming, another British colony? Because they're eventually, they're eventually going to come to, East Asia. They're eventually going to come to our part of the globe. How do we keep this from happening? And, there are lots of answers that could have been reached, but the one that the nation of Japan kind of came to is, well, one way we can stop ourselves from becoming, a colony of the British Empire is if we go ahead and become a colonial empire ourselves. If we start exerting influence over other countries and getting our own colonies, then they're not going to like try and invade us directly. We might have skirmishes over our little colonies that we make, but hey, that's not Japan. That's not us getting invaded. And so I see that as being like, I see World Death as like that being kind of a reflection and a historical parallel there. There is this big there's this big existential and, to be honest, genuine like threat to humanity or like your nation, but in trying to combat it, the leadership makes a obviously unjustifiable decision and decides become the boot, pass that suffering on instead of trying to come to a more ethical decision.
I just think it's it's obviously like a metaphor or like talking about our real world experiences, but I just think it's funny in the game when they're like, yeah, we're so horrible to the planet and ourselves that we drove it to like take its own life. It's like and then we immediately decided to go to some other planet and make it suck too. And I was
Yeah,
like, that's the most like expected decision I should have reached. That they were like, it couldn't just end with their place. They had to go to another planet and wipe out that population too,
yeah.
and raise the planet. By the way, I don't know if the future end planet also would have world death. Like that could just happen again.
I genuinely am genuinely of the opinion that like in the endings where you do like raise the planet and succeed in like the mission of humanity, I believe in those endings like world death will happen in the future because you've learned nothing. You've learned absolutely nothing. Lessons. You're going to do the exact same thing.
You're just repeating history, yeah.
And like obviously I know people are probably going to be saying this like there is also a very obvious like climate change metaphor there. Like it is not just like Japanese imperialism, but it is also like you can read like you can read climate change into this. There have been many stories before that have made very similar points of like we destroy Earth and then instead of trying to fix things we just go to another planet that will inevitably destroy.
Yeah.
So like it is really cool that you can have just so many like readings and get so many like layered perspectives on this game. Like it is genuinely like impressive with like how big this game is, that it's some more than others, but like with Second Scenario particularly, it is just so thematically dense, and the game really lets you like come up to it with what you have and be able to pull out some like really meaningful things here.
I don't have as much on the historical end to add, but I wanted to add something about world death now that we're at this point, because I'm sure people who've played Danganronpa will notice some similarities between world death and some things that happen in that series. And by that, I'm basically talking about the concept of like despair and spreading it on a mass scale. Because the way to describe world death isn't just the world being in despair and destroying itself, but also like life on the planet starts, like people start attacking each other at random. Like there's just mass death in the streets. And it sounds pretty similar to the spreading of despair in that series. So there are surely people who are like, maybe these are in the same universe. But the real point I'm wanting to get at is like the idea that disparity just breeds despair. Like people in bad situations and suffering, like they get mad, they get sad, they end up spreading those problems to other people, and without like hope or like good things to look forward to, without learning from the past and growing and changing and being better, like that just keeps happening. Like people get tired of their lives, they see the worst in things, and they continue to breed that despair. In this world, like that happens, everything goes to crap, people leave, and there's hope on the ship. Hope and despair is the themes of Danganronpa. There's hope on that ship that will find a new place, and the moment we're confronted with like a challenge, we have the possibility of making good decisions and handling things the right way. And you have hope in people like Nozomi, who clearly exist, who are just very good people. There are in fact people who just don't suck, like who try their best to make intelligent, informed, kind decisions. Uh, but yeah, we ended up
Yeah.
making the wrong decisions again. And I would say like if this were hypothetically in the Danganronpa world or that part of that universe, I guess Nozomi represents not just hope in general, but also like the best of humanity, like the kind of people you want to be carrying the torch. Like
Yes.
we don't want a generalized robot like algorithmically deciding what generally humanity wants, and we don't want the people up top who are forcing these wars want. We want what people like Nozomi want. We want that spirit and fire to guide us. We want people who are not just kind and smart, but also want the best for both sides.
Yeah, and
And I think that's just. I'm just glad she's there.
yeah, I think you make a lot of good points, and I definitely agree with you. And like Nozomi is like this thematic linchpin of a character. She is like incredibly important to basically any like reading of the game. You're going to have to like kind of try and figure out like how she fits in general, just partly because like she is so heavily tied to like the motivations of the characters and is
Yeah,
like such an outlier from everyone else. I
if
definitely
this
see
were. Uh,
within my historical reading of the game, I do kind of see Nozomi as like basically the people of the nation, the people of Japan who like were able to kind of see past the empire's like framing and
yeah.
see that actually no, like what we're doing is wrong. We shouldn't be treating people this way.
Hmm.
Um,
Also, go on.
and if you need to say something,
It's not important at all. I was gonna say, and just to be nerdy, if this were a Danganronpa game, I'm pretty sure, like Takumi would die, and then Nozomi would take her hairband off, and it would turn out she had a Nahoge under there the whole time, a little hair antenna, and she would be the real protagonist. But unfortunately, we're stuck with Takumi, who has no agency.
yep. Well, who thinks he has no agency?
Yeah,
Um,
he acts like it.
I
There's more we can say, but we should probably say it as we move on because we don't have infinite time, and we're
I
getting pretty
I would
close to.
so I would like to touch on a few more things. I'll try and be a little quick about it. Um, and so I mentioned Nozomi. What about everyone else? I
Hmm.
think that everyone else in the story also plays like a very, very big, important role. Um,
Yeah.
Japan in its kind of imperial dealings with both the Ainu and other countries, the colonies it had on Korea, its attempts to colonize parts of China. Um, Japan is very, very big on cultural enforcement. Um, One of the big things with the Ainu is it kept flip flopping on whether or not the Ainu were allowed to call themselves Japanese. When it was like politically convenient
God.
to Japan, the Japan would say, yes, the Ainu are Japanese, which means you have to take Japanese names. You can't speak the Ainu language. You can't wear the traditional Ainu clothing. You have to do everything like a true Japanese person. And then when it was
God.
politically convenient for the Ainu to not be Japanese, then they told the Ainu, like, no, can't take Japanese names anymore. No Japanese tea for you. You can't wear Japanese clothing. You have to do everything, with your backwards Ainu ways again. And you see that a lot. You see that a lot with Japan's treatment of Korea when it was occupying Korea. Much in the same way that you would brainwash Ava, though much in the same way that all of our characters are Futurans who are being raised to think they're like human. Japan, when it was occupying Korea, it tried very hard to just completely culturally overwrite, Korea. They would build Shinto shrines, in like the Korean villages and towns, and people would have to basically worship the emperor because he's your god now.
God.
People would a lot of them would be forced to speak like Japanese instead of Korean. Because Japan, what it was trying to do, its imperialism was an attempt to culturally enforce itself as a global power, and they were trying to essentially brute force it, in a way that I don't necessarily know if every colonial power necessarily did. It seems like Japan did this, at least in my readings. I could be totally wrong about this, but it feels like the persistence at which they did this was more than what you would usually see in an occupation.
I would say the way they did it was atypical. I think every colonial power, if there's someone they're exerting power over, it will be they'll try to exert their, you have to do things this way. You're ours now. But the way that happens between cultures is different.
Yeah. When I would say I guess maybe it's that in a lot of other colonial powers, especially the ones that Japan would see, a lot of them I feel were maybe a little more, there was a material element to it as well. They were dividing up Africa and making these colonies because partly for material reasons, because these places had natural resources that Japan, not Japan, but the Western powers were wanting to extract from them. Whereas with Japan, it was much more of a pure power and cultural thing. So I guess that's why I feel like there's not as much of a material benefit that was coming from it.
Yeah, and especially in the case of this game, making everyone human was just for the guise of making them fight for humanity. But they really just they already didn't have identity. But if they had any identity, fundamentally, it would be that they were Futurans, and then that was stripped away from them and overwritten.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because I feel like there's a lot of parallels to there's so many parallels to Korea. The fact that you've mentioned this before, the fact that we, the humans, are supposed to see the Futurans as being backwards in terms of their technology, even though they have skyscrapers and stuff. There's a
they
very
had normal cities and life.
There's a very condescending view Imperial Japan took towards Korea when it was occupying it, of oh, well, we're modernizing them, we're bringing them modern society and technology, and it's one of those really sore spots in South Korean history, partly because it is very possible that Korea would not have a global railroad, they wouldn't have a nationwide rail system without the Japanese occupation. That was a big part of the Japanese occupation, is they essentially ended up doing this big railway all throughout Korea because it was very hard to transport soldiers and resources. Korea is very hilly and very mountainous and is incredibly difficult to traverse if you're just going through natural paths. And so that's why it was also very, very difficult to build a railway system. And so when Japan was occupying it, they initiated it. But much like how America built its railway system, you can probably guess who they made doing the building and in what conditions.
Yeah.
Lots of slave labor. And so like it's one of those like really it's one of those things that Koreans will have
That
like difficult feelings on of like yes, we technically did get this like advancement through these railroads, but like it came at like such a horrible human cost that probably can't be justified.
you just made me realize, like, the protagonists of this game, would you call them slaves? Because, like, it's not just that they were kidnapped from their people, but normally when you have someone fight for you, you know, you pay them, you give them something, right? But, like, their motivation to fight was families, protecting families they didn't even have in the first place.
They
Like,
are
there's no
basically
incentive for
slaves.
them.
They are
Like,
now they are told at the end of the 100 days you will be given like everything you want and live a comfortable life. But in
like
the
they'll be given
moment,
stuff, but and we
yeah,
don't even know if that's true or
yeah,
to what extent it would be. Like, and also, let's say hypothetically we did give them $1 billion and a mansion or whatever. Like, what would that stuff matter? Like
it
to
would
them relatively? Like, who knows? Like what they could have had if they were just on home, like on their home planet with like people they cared about. You know, like they don't know anybody on the satellite. Sure, they can make a future for themselves, but like not like you gave them a choice.
yeah, like and that's the thing. It's like there was never a choice there for them. They never chose to do this. Um
Yeah, it's crazy.
and
Um,
there's lots of little other things. I know I've
Well, I'm
talked
sure
with
we'll find more as we talk because trust me, there's plenty of meaty points in what we're about to discuss.
yes, and I wanted to just touch on one more
Go
thing
on.
that is that I do like that they gave the Futurans their own religion, and that it is this like very kind of decentralized shamanistic religion.
Yeah.
This is a little interesting facet of like Korean history that like now during the time of Japanese colonialism, Korea was, I believe, a like majority Buddhist country, so
Hmm.
it's not a direct parallel. But before, way back, Korea used to be a very shamanistic country religiously, very
Yeah.
decentralized, very like small scale and local. Um, but what had happened is that was suppressed by kind of a combination of like Buddhism and Confucianism that came into the country from China, that then made
Hmm.
like a deliberate effort to suppress the shamanistic religions. And so even though it's not like a direct parallel in that like it's not directly paralleling with Japanese imperialism, I do think it's cool that they have that sort of thing going
Yeah,
on future
there's things like religion and even things like clothing seem to have some like Korean influence, which really shows that like I feel like Kodaka and the
yeah,
team really looked into not just Japanese history, but like the cultures that were like being colonized or whatever,
yeah.
and
I
like
I
took
had
inspiration from those for Futurum as well.
there I had sent
There's
James
more
a
to say.
I had
Well, it's
sent
more to say when we get to
yeah
Rebellion.
I had sent James a message a while back that was just like, I don't know if I'm going crazy and if I'm just seeing patterns, but like I think Commune's outfit looks like it looks kind of like traditional Korean clothing,
Yeah.
especially like as opposed to like traditional Japanese clothing.
Yeah. Do
Uh,
you mind
yes, and
leaving
the
real quick and coming back? You're cutting out.
oh, all right. Hopefully that's better.
Yeah, and we
But
heard the last part, so you can just continue.
yeah, no, I've just I I had to message James just being like, I don't know if I'm going insane. I don't know if I'm seeing patterns where it's not there. But like, I think Commune's outfit is supposed to look like a traditional like Korean outfit. Um,
Yeah.
because like it seems like the way the outfit is organized and blocked and silhouetted and the way colors are like arranged, it just seems like more like the traditional Korean dress. I don't know that I can't remember the name of it,
Even
as opposed to
even
like a
if that ends up
kimono.
yeah, even if that ends up being a stretch, like it's clearly not like a regular like Japanese outfit. Like they put effort into making Futurum's everything different. I want to tie this into the tech thing you said earlier, by the way. Because like something in the game I notice isn't just that the Futurans don't really use technology much, but they really rely on emo anima and like their cultural and their style and all that. And like it's very easy for Sirei or someone to say like these are weird monsters who are just fundamentally different, and it's like it's not like they didn't have technology or culture or like cities. Like they clearly had skyscrapers and stuff like you mentioned earlier. But like not only did we blow all that stuff up, but they really want to they're fighting for themselves. Of course they're going to put their culture first. Of course they're going to wear their style of stuff. Of course like they want to prove they don't need this like the bombs and stuff we use to beat us. Like they're like no, we're going to use what makes us special. Check out this hemo anima stuff and our paragons and all these things, and they're beating the crap out of us for many years because of it. um so it's like yeah, they have their own stuff and they put it front and center. Probably Veshness, trying to like especially push that.
Yeah,
And
it's
Sirei uses that as an excuse to say they're so different from us. That means we're completely fundamentally incompatible. Like,
yeah,
buddy, we're literally futurins that you made into humans. Clearly, there can be some overlap.
and I definitely think like there's some Vietnam parallels you can make as well, and like I think particularly hearing how the oddly enough how the serial battles
Root
plotline
weapons.
goes. I think that you could kind of see that being a parallel to the Vietnam War,
Oh
and
yes, the ending especially.
well, I don't know necessarily about the ending. You'll have to tell me about that. But it's there's this whole thing of like Vietnam was this country that was basically doing the impossible, and like kind of fighting against America. And there's this really famous story of this guy like sitting on top of a cliff or something, and he's looking out at like this super heavily armed attack chopper just mowing down this forest, killing it's trying to like kill a bunch of people, and he sees this like one Vietnamese soldier like standing in the forest and firing at like the helicopter with just like a regular gun, just like probably not going to do anything, but he's going to like resist, and he's going to resist with all his heart down to like his very last moment. And I believe like the soldier said like when he saw that like Vietnamese soldier, he knew, oh, we're not winning this. Like it's going to probably be like a war of stagnation, a war that's going to be drawn out. But like this is going to end with us pulling out because it's just not worth it, because these people are going to resist to the very last breath. And
I missed the part. I missed that the soldier on the cliff was like a Western soldier. I thought it was a Vietnamese person or
no,
something.
yeah, it was an American soldier.
Yes, yeah.
But yeah, no, and I see that especially with like the serial battles route, and that it's like that is the route in which like no, like the Futurans are going to keep resisting and resisting and resisting, and even when you thought you had all the commanders, killed, more are popping up, more like they are going to keep fighting until the very last day. And
Yeah.
I don't know if that's like a way. I don't know if like the serial battles route is meant to be read in that way, but I think it's actually that'd be really
Oh,
cool if it was.
with the ending with Takumi deciding like my battle's not over. I have to keep fighting, even though it's been 200 days now. Like, I'm gonna go back in time again, and it's like I was gonna say that's similar to like something like PTSD or just someone who like a soldier who feels like they can never rest. But also like in this case, it's not just to beat Futurin or whatever. It's more like to resolve the conflict without anyone dying, to like fix things, and it's like you could definitely read that as like sort of this impossible like battle, this resistance. He's just gonna keep doing it until he gets it. I don't know if it's exactly the same thing though. If anything, the doing the impossible is more like a Veshness theme from her route.
Yeah, definitely.
Veshness's feeling of what hope is. But we talked about that with the Veshness route.
Yeah,
I do want to move on because we can talk about
I
other things as we discuss.
yes, and
We are
I
running
am
low on
sorry.
time.
I am done with that segment. I
No, I mean half the reason we're doing this was to get it all out of our system. You don't want to leave anything left because that would beat the point. It's just I know we could talk about some of this while we talk about some of these later parts too, because the story goes on for a minute. And there's also importantly we're at a choice, which is do we want to keep fighting for humanity, or should we abandon humanity?
Yes.
Which would you like to do first? Should we talk about rebellion before or after?
I think first I would like to talk about. I would like to talk. I would like to talk about rebellion first.
I think that makes the most sense. The rebellion would make sense to talk about after too, but I kind of want to end it at the end of second scenario. So yeah, let's talk about rebellion.
And it's also, I think when people get to this, if they don't know, I think most people are going to pick abandon humanity, because that's the right that is the morally correct decision here.
Mm-hmm. Like you're in a bad spot, but at the end of the day, like Sirei is weaponizing this stuff, and like it does suck for the people in the satellite, but you're not like attacking them, you're not actively like destroying them, but you can't fight to wipe out the Futurans. That's just evil. So yeah, abandoning humanity is like the only choice that really makes sense here.
Yeah, and it's wild because like it feels so obvious when you get to it. I almost feel like you're supposed to make that choice and then get to one of the two like rebellion endings and then like realize then wait a second, this wasn't part of the main route.
Yeah. Right.
And like I don't know if we have to really be like as specific about the plot details of this. Like I think
we don't need to be.
This route is very short. And it's very like light for, I feel like for a reason. But basically it's all we really need to say is you get into contact with Commune. She being leader awesome. Of the resistance, she comes in, she's great. But
just as a reminder, is this the route where Nozomi and Commune become close, or is that a different route?
You're thinking of Killing Game.
Yes, my bad.
And you get one of the best like moments with Commune, where like she ends up forgiving everyone for what they did to Ava. It's a really like nice scene that I think shows just how good of a person Commune is as well, and it's really is just like you really are like Ava's daughter. Like she imparted like the best parts of herself to you.
I think Ava, Commune, and Nozomi are all literally too good for this world.
Yes. Just put them in a bubble and like get them in the atmosphere for the duration of the plot, so that they don't have to go through any of this. But yes, and so but Nozomi, her hemoanima issues are coming back, and you get this incredibly interesting offer from Commune, where Commune says like, hey, in order for Nozomi to not die from this condition, if I get critically wounded in the final battle, you can take my hemoanima and give it to her. And you end up using the Resistance's forces to kind of help thin out the invaders. And you have your big battle against Veshness. Commune gets really good with her bow and arrow. Yep. But critically, during the last fight, I believe Veshness doesn't she like put a bomb in herself or something?
A bomb of some kind explodes. I can't remember the specifics, but a bomb explodes and shrapnel goes in several directions. And luckily, no one got hit. Oh, except for just a couple of people. Who are those people, Carter?
Commune and Nozomi.
Yep.
And so
they're both not gonna survive if you don't do something.
And so you have to decide whether or not whether to save Nozomi by giving her Commune's hemoanima, but you could also, Nozomi in the moment is saying like, no, use my hemoanima to heal Commune. Because if you don't
Hmm.
do something, both of them are going to die. There's no way to give them like other medical treatment in that
Yeah.
moment. Um,
Unlike that Sire part where he's like, you can only pick one. You actually can only pick one here.
yep, and it's on a thematic level. I do really, really love that. Like, I do think it's this very powerful moment that this whole story has been like, the humans and the Futurans being forced to kill each other, locked in this just horrible, horrible conflict. Um, but the rebellion, the rebellion branch ends with two, with a human and a Futuran, like offering their lives to each other. I honestly feel like neither decision
Yeah.
here is wrong.
Yeah.
Because at the end of
Because
the day,
it's
like either a human, the colonizer, is willing to give their life to, a Futuran, the colonized, reversing the dynamic of power. But also in the other
mm,
end, like it's Commune giving her life to Nozomi is both a like very powerful act of forgiveness and also this really, really powerful expression of like hope for humanity,
and
and
trust.
seeing that like no, humanity doesn't have to be evil, humanity can be better, people can change, and like I want you to survive so that you can show the humans that change.
Yeah, it's the total opposite of the war that's happening, where humanity's like, kill them to save
Yeah.
us. And Vestas is like, no, kill them to save us. And these two are both like, no, kill me to save them.
Yeah. So how do
And you have
you
to make a choice.
yep, how do you feel about this choice? How because I know how
I think
I've
it's
expressed about it.
not every choice in this game is like interesting or great. I think this one's both. This one's a really cool, like it's sad, but like it's if you're gonna have a game where choices matter, this is one that makes sense to have. You have these two wonderful, innocent, awesome people who represent like either side, who are both wanting to save each other, and you just have to decide. It feels like you're being asked again whether to go with the rebellion, or sorry, the Futurans or humanity. But in this case, it's not like you're siding with humanity to save Nozomi. It's just you're just picking the human. It's like you just want to save them both, and
Yeah.
there's pros and there's like that's not like there's a wrong decision here. Whichever one you pick, the other's gonna die though.
Yeah, and it's interesting because like I think it does, and one ending does seem to imply that like total peace will come, relatively sooner if you
Yeah,
save
Commune.
Commune. But if you save Nozomi,
Yeah,
like it still looks like peace is on the horizon and things are going to be getting
yeah.
better. I will
Like
say
the
the
battles are still happening, but she as a human is working to help the Futurans and make life better for them, which is nice.
yeah, I will say like I do the ending where you save Nozomi is probably that is in my list of favorite endings. I do just love that shot of like
Or the
Nozomi
teacher.
15 years in the future as like a teacher trying, helping the next generation learn from the mistakes of the past and thus like, probably in the long term finally making sure that this doesn't ever happen again.
Yeah. And honestly, like I was just thinking about this, but hypothetically, humanity's getting desperate and all that. But it's like, and we only have 100 years left, and it's like, sure, but if if these like 16 students like help raise this next generation to learn from the mistakes of the past and to be accepting, like you might have the next generation just allow humanity to come to the planet. Like it really might be that easy.
Yeah. So,
Like we could have done almost anything but randomly bombing and attacking these people.
mhm. Yeah, and so,
Um,
you know,
and yes, if you side with Commune, then you get that nice shot where they're older and they're looking over, and they're both like, I think it's cool, like you're both dressed in like the gear, and like
it's made
have
to
been
look like
watching over the
more
rebellion.
royal and ceremonial in a way.
Yeah, and they're like, we're actually close to like, was it like negotiations or something? Like we might be able to have it all. We're gonna save humanity in the future, and it's like, see, they actually did it. All you needed was someone with a level head, Commune, actually doing things that make sense and are kind and not being stupid and evil.
Yeah. And so there's a common criticism of this route, and that is that it is a very bare bones route, and that the story is very rushed. Um,
I feel like there
and
could be more, but I don't know about that.
I put this in A mainly for thematic content. I feel like I do agree, like it's a very short route. It probably could have been expanded on a bit more. I definitely think more could have been done with Commune. Um,
Yeah. Oh
However,
yeah, I would love more commune stuff.
I don't think this is meant to be seen as a full route necessarily. I don't think this is meant to be seen, at least in the way that other routes are meant to be seen, in like as like it's a full story in and of itself. That you're supposed to be able to like see as a it's I don't know. I don't see the rebellion route being a conclusion in and of itself. I see the rebellion route thematically as something, as one, a surprise in that you get to the end of it and realize, wait, this isn't the quote unquote canon ending. And
Yeah.
I think when you go back to the decision and you realize, oh, for the main story, they're going to want me to pick the other decision here, I think that rebellion is supposed to essentially be something that sticks in the back of your mind, a little reminder that you've seen that things could have been different for these characters. Things could have gone way differently if you had
Things could
just
have been
made the
better.
right decision, and that like a point of no return has been crossed. Um,
Yep.
in a way, I think it's kind of I think it's kind of like a sick joke that
Mm-hmm.
just every time something bad happens from now on, you will think back to this choice and just
Yep.
know this would not have happened if we had done the other thing.
Yep. I say that the root also exists as potential to just like show you how things could have been, especially had you just, done if humanity had done the right thing earlier, had you known about commune, had things, it's not a full root because that full root in quotes does exist in your mind. It's not a real one, but it's like, can you imagine had you just done things better? Had we just communicated?
And it's funny. I believe I said something earlier about like I know I mentioned. It's funny you mentioned the word imagine because I know when we were talking about Ato earlier and the things that happened to him, like something incredibly important to growing and changing as a person is the ability to imagine a better world, a better, imagine
Yeah,
a better, a better you.
a
That
better
things
future
can,
potential.
and yeah,
Things
the
that could be better.
but to go through with second scenario, that requires Takumi to not exercise his agency and not be imaginative and not like imagine a better world, a place where they aren't having to do this.
Maybe we'll get DLC with those kinds of things. Maybe DLC will have Takumi make better decisions.
So
Who knows?
so James, let's finish second scenario.
I think that sounds like a plan. So where did we leave off? So we get to the big choice on whether to abandon humanity or keep fighting for them. As you know, while we don't particularly hate humans specifically, abandoning humanity is probably the better move here. And one of the endings, really both endings of Rebellion show that to be true. However, probably since the beginning of this game, both player and Takumi have been locked into this idea of saving humanity. And, for better or for worse, Takumi and maybe even some players have decided we should probably just do that. We've been doing that all along, path of least resistance.
It's what we've been working
still need
towards
to
up
save
until
humanity.
this point,
Yeah, like since the beginning. And, we know how to do it. There's some holes in that logic now, but like we're gonna still try and save humanity. So you choose to save humanity, to keep fighting for them at the very least. It's been a complicated decision, but everyone, Ito's already said he'll follow you guys because he doesn't know better than you. Nozomi said she would fight with you guys and do whatever you decide. and you decide we're just gonna keep fighting for humanity. We're not gonna, we might try not to wipe out the futures if possible, but for now, we want to fight for humanity. Sire thanks you, uh, genuinely. He's just like, I'm really glad you made this decision, from the bottom of my heart. I know I guilted you into
And
doing it,
like,
but
I know
it's
that
really cool that you did it.
I know I talk so much about hating Siri, but like
Mm.
that scene also just like made my blood boil when he is
Mm-hmm.
like starts being very kindly to everyone after they make the
Yeah.
decision to fight for humanity. He's like, I know I know it's so hard for you. You're doing the right thing. Like he's trying to like comfort them, but it's like still just such like obvious emotional manipulation.
Yeah. I'm sure on some sense he was genuinely relieved that they chose to fight for humanity, but like I'm sure some part of him was also like, yeah, I see. I did it successfully. I was able to convince them that this was the best, solution, and it's like, but it's not.
Well,
Uh,
I feel like at that point it's just like I don't even care if like
mhm.
it's genuine at that point from you. Like this is still just like you are a monster who is like
Yeah.
doing an incredibly evil thing. I also didn't mention this about rebellion. Like if you choose to Siri gives you the choice. He asks you, are you going to fight for humanity or abandon it? If when you choose to abandon humanity, Siri literally just goes, "Okay, psych, I put the bombs back in all of you and I'm going to explode them all right
Oh, I
now."
forgot about that.
Like
I can't remember. Does he intentionally give you the opportunity to kill him, or do you just have to? I think he
he
tells you, like he
no,
implies, like,
he accepts he accepts it once his options run out. Ato had put like he was fully going to press the button to kill all of you, but then
right.
Ato reveals like, "Oh no, I put a jammer on the machine in the
God, I hate
defense room."
Siri.
And it's only then that Siri is like, "Oh, well, you're going to have to kill me."
This
So
is once again a moment where I'm thank God Ato hates humanity, because if he hadn't done that, we would have been screwed. But he's like, no, something. Siri would never. He represents humanity and they suck, so I'm gonna get us jammer. Good call.
so yeah,
Expecting the
like
worst was a good call there.
so yeah, like having gone through that first and like knowing that like he was fully willing to just like
Yes.
kill everyone in the room, him like
Yes.
hearing him turn around and try and be like comforting and be like, "No,
Yeah.
you're doing the right thing," like just
Yeah, like thanks, buddy,
mm,
for trying to be nice to us first, but you're still treating us like slaves. Also, just like I'm so glad, because here's the thing. Also, I said this earlier loosely, but like Siri is supposed to represent all of humanity, but like that's not the same as representing them individually, because the zombie's right there and is like, no, that's stupid, you know. Uh, so yeah, so Siri is thankful in quotes that you guys are going to continue fighting for humanity, and from this point onward, some neat stuff happens where every time you walk outside, you can talk to Siri, ask him for clarification on lore and stuff. One second. You can ask him for clarification on things, but he also can voice dialogue from different humans on the satellite who are trying to communicate. And so every day you can hear from a different human just their thoughts. And it's genuinely interesting because you hear things from like, new mothers, old dudes, like children, like
children.
things like that. And they all have different perspectives, and some of them just straight up don't agree with Hire. But he's like, the old guy is just like, this might just be humanity's time. Like, we've been doing some horrible things. And then there's this new mother who's like, I just gave birth. You guys are just kids and you're having to do this, and that's horrible. But I'm asking you to continue fighting, so that I can have a life here. I'm so sorry you're having to go through this. And when you come back, I hope that you can be accepted and loved in the same way like I love my own child, like stuff like that. And it's like really nice. It like those are I think does an important job of showing there are real people who don't suck up there. They are just genuine normal folks who have perspectives and opinions and whatever.
Yeah, like it is not
Uh,
like I think it is very important for reasons that'll become like very clear in a little bit. I think it is very good that they went ahead and did establish like this is not a humanity bad narrative. There
yes, yes.
there are still good humans. It's
It
it is
honestly does a few things at once. It also establishes, just in case you were worried there weren't any, like if the humans up there were all evil or they weren't real or something. No, there's people up there and they're normal and fine, and there's also just people up there who are victims of this too, just like everyone else.
mm-hmm.
Um, so that's interesting, and I like that they do that. It really, it again, it feels so late. It's like, Siray, you suck. But I'm glad to know. And so all of you decide to make up your minds. You're going to keep fighting for humanity, and Ato is still with you, but he hasn't been accepted as part of the team. So he tries to make one last stand to prove his loyalty. He
And
wants to help you understand, like he genuinely, from the bottom of his heart, wants to fight alongside you now.
and so
And
he
so he does
says
what any normal person would do,
yep.
and he scoops out his own eyeballs and burns his nasal cavities
He
to prove
says
that, hey, I don't trust these defective eyes anymore. I know they're not the eyes of God. And I even like burned my nasal cavities so that I won't have to smell your grotesque smell. Like I still hear the grating sound of you on my ears, but like I'm trying to remove all these obstacles because I genuinely believe in this cause and want to care about you at least more than I have been. Like I know I'm wrong.
he
Please let me like prove my loyalty and be with you guys.
he said, "Ouch, my balls."
He did say that. He then showed everybody like it was a cool little trinket and then dropped it on the floor and squished him. Very cool, Ato. No, you can't join our team. Go stand outside. Wonder where Ato went. Anyway, no. So in this route, you do allow Ato to join your team, and you decide. I remember all the horrible things that happened, but you're different now that you know the truth. Let this be a new beginning and try to get through this together.
And
And you have one more group meetup where you have a nice little campfire,
and
and everyone, including Shion and Sirei, and everyone is there and just has a nice time together.
it is interesting because technically in this route, Ato has not I believe Ato hasn't he hasn't really done anything you can't come back from yet. Because
Exactly.
the memory of him
It's not like the original 100 Days.
the memory of him killing his parents, that's fake. That never happened. It was implanted in him.
Any past sin from before the story no longer exists, and you stopped him from killing anyone or whatever. I mean, all he's really done is attacked you a few times and been an a-hole, and from that point onwards, he's actually been pretty helpful. So it's like it's not impossible for him to come back. It just depends on if you trust him, and we have reason to as players. I totally can see why Takumi would have a hard time, though. Yeah, you have a nice little campfire, and everyone has a good time. And I think the next day is when you wake up, or I don't know if it's an alarm or if you wake up. I guess it doesn't matter. But Dalsha shows up. It's Dalsha, everybody, our favorite. Anyway, we fight Dalsha. Doesn't work. Oh no, we need a poison gas. 2 days pass. We get a poison gas. We beat Dalsha. Okay. Anyway,
It's just,
we did it, gamers.
it kind of sucks that we fight him the exact same way that you
Yep.
do usually.
Yeah. Anyway, so Veshness absorbs him, and then she's like, "I'm plotting something. You should check it out. It's gonna be really cool." And then she leaves, and we're like, "What's that about?" And she even I can't remember if this is a separate day or whatever, but she visits, and we see her on our TV screens in the war room, and she's like, "Just to emphasize one more time, I'm plotting something. Something is happening. You guys are gonna it's gonna suck for you.
Something may be different from all the other routes.
Yes, it's gonna suck. Anyway, see you later." So we're all preparing for the final battle with super amped up Veshness, who is plotting something, TM. Not sure what that's about. And we are approaching the finale of this game. What?
Probably nothing.
Probably nothing, right? So since we're approaching the finale, we decide to have one more last get together Gaku sets up the festival in the gym again, which he does in several routes. But this time we have, people who've never been here to enjoy it before, and now, Eito can genuinely enjoy it. And Shion's there, and we have a good time in the gym, and we hang out, and we have a nice time knowing this huge final battle is coming to end it all. We walk outside from the Zomi, and we look up the stars, and we're talking to her, and everything's all good. We have hope and faith that things are going to be. Oh, Nozomi's on the ground. Nozomi, you good? Oh, your Hemo Anima's acting up right now. That's convenient.
Wonderful.
Why does this not happen in some routes, but then it'll happen 2 or 3 times in others? That's helpful. Anyway,
Hemo Anima works in mysterious ways.
maybe the fish heads stop Hemo Anima from acting up. Maybe that was the solution. Anyway, so that's happening. So we don't have much time left. Nozomi will be able to help us in the final battle, but she's probably going to be spent after that. But after the final battle, it should be fine.
Don't they basically explain that? Do they explain now or later that for some reason her Hemo Anima is just leaving?
I don't remember the specifics, to be honest. I guess all that matters to us right now, especially since we're talking about the theme so much, is that, after the final battle, her Hemo Anima will be gone, and she just won't have it anymore, and she'll live. I don't remember the specifics. Honestly, right now, I don't care too much.
It's a very odd development,
sure
given that, in other routes, she will die, but in this one,
yeah,
it's just she just becomes a regular person again.
I think there was some reason for it. I just don't remember why. But anyway, now we're at the final battle. Vestnus has shown up. We're all prepared. Do or die. Even Eito's on our side. We've got this. We're gonna do it.
Mm-hmm.
And Vestnus, she looks at the camera and she says, "Hey guys, you remember that time I said I was plotting something?"
Yes.
And we're like, "Can you repeat that? I didn't hear you." And she says, "You remember that time I said I was plotting something?" TM? And she says,
"Now, James,"
and she says,
I'd like to ask you a pop quiz. I hope. I've been.
By the way, I forgot to mention, Vestnus didn't die. She was alive, by the way. Anyway.
Yes, she. Yeah. Thanks, Kyoshika.
Didn't die in that explosion. Okay.
I hate.
Thanks,
Sirius.
Kyoshika.
I hate Sirius so much. I hate him so much.
I hate him so much.
Made me sacrifice Kyoshika for literally nothing.
We sacrificed Kyoshika for nothing. Literally nothing at all.
James, I've been talking a lot about Japanese imperialism. And it being this really terrible thing that happened, and Japan being this huge fascist power that was part of the Axis in World War II. I'm blanking on something right now, James. I can't. I can't believe I'm forgetting this, James. How did that end?
Not in a good way, I imagine. I have to say it was probably a bad ending.
Yep. Things didn't end particularly well for Japan with World War II. And with that, I think you can go ahead and...
The story has been a metaphor for that, for sure.
I think you can go ahead and say what happens next.
Yep. This whole story up till now, as we've pointed out repeatedly, has been analogous to Japan's colonialism and its experience during World War II, and let's just say the ending has reached something similar, because Vestnus decides to reveal the thing she had been plotting, which is a big giant bomb aimed directly at the satellite, which we've finally gotten to interact with the humans on it and learning they're all real people with their own real lives, and there they go. The satellite is destroyed. Everything we've been fighting for in every route, it's over. They're all dead immediately. Many, many thousands of years of history and culture all just gone instantly.
I can't emphasize how genuinely shocking this moment was.
It's crazy.
Because number one,
doesn't happen in any other route.
This does not happen in any other route. This only happens because Vestnus was able to start. She was able to start absorbing commanders from the moment go, and you don't end up doing anything. You don't end up hindering her or slowing her like you do in other routes.
And
the way it's portrayed, like you barely have any time to realize what's going on. She like gloats and then like launches it, and the missile fires up into the sky and like hits hits the satellite, and just in a flash of light, gone. Like
Yep.
it it genuinely like takes a second to process what's happened, and that like all of these people you've been listening to for the past like few hours, you know, this thing that has been your goal to protect throughout the entire game just gone in an instant. Like tons of people, like just countless people, you know, killed in a very horrific way. And like, you know, it also comes with the complex feelings of like, this is what you were going to do to them. Like, this is what you were going to do to the Futurans. And Veshness makes the point. Like, she's like, yeah, I'm just doing what you guys did. You guys took, you know, you guys took the Second Coming from us and are using him against us. We'll just take your technology from you and use it against you. We're, like, you can't judge me for the, like, you can't judge us for this. You were going to do this to us first.
Yeah, she's like, you were literally going to do this to us. And she's not wrong. We were literally going to do that to the Futurans for sure. But what makes me upset is how gleeful she is about it.
Oh yeah.
She doesn't really care about that, to be honest. Veshna specifically is just like that because she's a hater. But
she really like just twists the knife as much as
it's true. She does. It's true we never really sat foot on the satellite and all of our memories were fake, but it is what we were fighting for all along. We finally met these humans and heard their stories and talked to them and whatever, and then we went out of our way to make the choice to fight for them, finally. We, the player, and Takumi finally made the active decision to fight for them, only shortly after for them all to die. After their long journey, many light years from Earth, after all the history on Earth and on the spaceship, and everything in the war, they're just gone now. Nozomi is the last human left.
And it's like, you can argue, like, you know, like, the humans as, like, an organization, as, like, a power, were evil and were going to do, like, untold harm to the planet. But it still is also, like, there were innocent people on the satellite. Like, civilian... Like, countless civilian, like, targets were just eviscerated.
What you're saying is, you know, if the leaders and some groups, you know, were evil and causing harm and, you know, maybe made bad decisions, that we probably shouldn't just explode them with a big bomb and kill a bajillion innocent people for no reason?
Yeah, like, I definitely, you know, I definitely feel like, I don't think this game is saying Japan deserved what happened. But I do think what it is saying is that, like, the leadership, you know, of both, like, Japan and other countries, like, ended up laying the groundwork that caused this to happen, in a way.
It was like, what's the word? Is complicit maybe a word there? Like,
I don't know if complicit is necessarily the word, but it's like,
that implies, like, actively, I guess.
I have a personal, like, part of my own philosophy when I'm looking at, like, global conflicts and, you know, all of these cycles, in that I feel like a lot of times, like, there are things that happen that, like, while they are not in any way morally permissible, like, they are things that you cannot say are morally okay, they are things that may have been inevitable based on the actions that came before it. And I wonder if, like, this game is kind of more trying to be along that lines.
Like, Kodaka's just like, it's not about deserving or not. It's just saying that, like, humanity attacked these people horrendously, and eventually they hit back, and, like, that was just gonna happen. You shouldn't be too shocked by that. I can see what you're saying.
You paved the path, you laid the bricks down. Like, don't be surprised that another person, like, follows it.
Yeah. And to be clear, while this is obviously inspired by real-world events, I don't think it's trying to be one-to-one or anything. The situation is similar, but also pretty different.
Yeah, because like it was, obviously politically when we look at the the bombing of Japan, obviously from like an American perspective, like we can see that like our leaders were not like necessarily morally sound in making that decision. There are some
Oh,
very
they weren't making
yeah
it. They weren't in a room going like, "Oh, what's the most moral thing to do here?" No, they were like, "Hey, I vacation there. Let's not
yeah
bomb
I
that
was
place. Can we
just
bomb that other place?"
I was just about to mention the whole Kyoto thing, that it only got spared because one guy's wife like really liked it during a vacation. But yeah, it's
Yeah.
there are lots of really good arguments. There's a really good video from the YouTuber Sean that goes through like why we might want that, why people would consider the bombing of Japan unjustified, and the main argument being that like the Americans didn't necessarily do it to save lives in the long run or get like a quicker victory. It was the argument is more that if the surrendering talks had been drawn out a little bit more, Russia would have entered the picture, and the U.S. was already souring on Russia. Um, and the U.S., as kind of a show of power, wanted Japan to surrender only to the U.S. and not the U.S. and Russia, because the U.S. was
Mhm.
already kind of anticipating, the Cold War stuff, and so like that, you can argue that was more of the influence behind the bombings, and that's a much less morally convincing reason, I feel.
Mhm. Also, we weren't the little guys being attacked by a big power like the Futurans are in this case.
Yes, yes, the power dynamics are very different, as
Yeah.
well. But
But
yeah,
continuing on from that, because that could easily become a whole other tangent. Yeah, so humanity vaporized,
humanity is
and
dead.
there's this really neat moment after Veshnis's gleeful, horrific laughter. She's having the time of her life, and like Takumi just makes the point of like, you didn't like remove our reason to fight. We never had a reason to begin with. We only fight for each other, and now I just have all the more reason to kill you to protect my friends. Like, you wiped out humanity and you're coming for them next, so I have to stop you. And it's like, yeah, because for him, like, he's really sad about it, but it's like they never had a reason to begin with. They were born test tube babies to fight, so they're gonna keep fighting. And it's like, that's rough, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
And you fight and you beat Vestness, and she dies. You don't even absorb her this time, I don't think. She just kind of dissipates.
Yeah. Oh, and
Uh,
I can't believe I forgot to even say that the line I said at the very beginning of this like section, after when when she blows up the satellite, that is when she says, I call this the bad ending.
yep, there we
Just
go.
to really show you what you have,
Where we are.
where you are. And I do want to say I can't remember if it is the same here as in other places, but the scene they play, they do a 3D scene whenever you beat Veshnes, and like props to Takumi's voice actor.
Oh, I love this scene. Yeah.
Like when Takumi is landing the final blow on Veshnes and like running up
Mhm.
to her, like he is letting out this, like, it's not extremely loud, but he is just making like animalistic noises, I feel.
Yeah. Dude, the voice actors in this game, like pretty much all of them are fantastic. I mean, to voice so many lines to begin with, but like some of the lines, like especially Takumi voices are crazy.
Yeah. So it's just like you get the feeling like by the time you're fighting Veshnes, like Takumi is like just blind with fury at her, and it makes sense in a lot of routes. And so I just wanted to point that out. I just wanted to give those props.
Yeah. So we're approaching the ending here. We return to the academy, and it's all over. Humanity's dead, but the bomb in the academy. Sorry, not the bomb. The missiles are still planning to go off. They're still going to raise the planet and kill all the Futurans. Which, well, Vashnis is dead now. The fascist regime and all the paragons are gone. Like, and we know there's plenty of Futurans who aren't fighting or who are scared or are only desperate. Like, there's a whole civilization here. Why are we wiping them out now? We were originally going to wipe them out so humanity could live here, but humanity's gone, so there's no point now, right?
Yeah, they're
So let's
really
go in and,
um
let's
oh
just not do that.
James, I think you are making a great point. The war's over. There's no need to, use the bombs anymore. In fact, like, we don't need Syria anymore now that the war's over and humanity's gone. Like, we lost. It'd
Yeah.
be a really, really bad decision to, you know, keep the same leadership that got us into this mess in the first place.
Yeah.
It would really, really suck. Like it'd
Well, I
be.
also just think on the most logically foundational level, like just literally, even just pure removing emotions, just rationally, right? There's
Yeah.
no humans left except Nozomi. The Futurans are now, all the evil ones are gone. There's no one left to fight for, so we're good. We don't need to
Yeah.
raise the planet, right?
Yeah.
Raising the planet would be kind of dumb.
Yeah, and James, like it'd be such a bad decision. Like, there's no reason to move forward. It'd be just like how, Japan after World War II, like they basically when they were kind of rebuilding their democracy, they for some reason had allowed Nobusuke Kishi, one of like the most horrific like people in the Japanese army, who like led mountains and mountains and mountains of human rights violations. He was like one of the big people behind like comfort women.
Oh God.
They had allowed him. He's the person who is essentially responsible for the LDP, the Liberal Democratic Party, becoming the de facto political party in Japan. That has essentially been the only ruling party in Japan for the history of its entire current democracy. Um,
Boy.
I think they've only had they've only lost the prime ministership twice. So yeah, James, I think you're really, really right. Now that the war's over, now that we've shown that like this, all of this imperialism stuff is bad, we don't need to use the Undying Flames bombs. We don't need Siri. We don't need to listen to him anymore. We don't need to move forward with his framing of things.
Yeah. And even if hypothetically, let's say hypothetically, we raised the planet, killed everyone, you want us to like repopulate. First of all, you want us to repopulate with a small number of people at the academy, but also like, you would want someone, the guy in charge, to be someone who raised the planet of innocent people
Yeah,
and
like
like failed his mission. That's silly.
wow,
So I don't know. I just I think that'd be dumb. I
they
just think
really.
that would be a
I'm
silly, irrational decision and also morally bad.
I'm so certain that no one would ever make that same decision again.
Yeah. I'll just read verbatim what my next line on my notes was, which is now that humanity's gone, no point destroying the futurans. Dot dot dot. Right, Sire?
Right,
So
Siri?
yes. So yes, Sire, now the game says he's like bugging out, maybe. But he's like, no, we're still gonna raise the planet. The missiles are gonna go off. That was my mission. Humanity may be gone, but Nozomi's still here. And you guys are technically on humanity's side, so I have to raise the planet. We're going to do it. And if you try to stop me, I will just have to erase your memories or kill you or whatever. I will do whatever I must.
Yeah.
So that's cool. And you get the decision. You get the final decision of the game. Will you defy Sire one last time?
And I think it's interesting that this is the one point in the game at which, in second scenario, where you do exercise your autonomy, where you do make a decision for yourself and go against the grain. It's at the last moment. It's far too late, but it's
Yeah.
interesting that they do let you do that at the very end.
I like there's a line in the game where they call Sire like the ghost of humanity. Like they're gone. Like there is no humanity left. But he represents the will of what they used to be, and they're still deciding to go down this like self-destructive like hole. It's crazy.
Yeah, like I
Um,
kind of implied earlier, I really do see a parallel here of like how a lot of the like imperial and fascist like leaders and military people in Japan like still continue to participate in government, and they're the
Yep.
ones who made like the current political system of Japan.
Yep.
So,
Yep.
I feel like this is meant to be a big criticism of that in a
Yep.
way.
We have this horrid ghost, and your final mission is to destroy it. Now, to be clear, I don't think this is a symbolic of like deleting history or something, because they're certainly going to remember Sirei and learn from it. It's more like it's not just that humanity is now gone, like its will lives on, like systemically, literally in a
Yeah.
system that runs Sirei. This needs to stop. We can't let it go on after we've learned our lesson. We need to defy Sirei one last time. And you're about ready to fight back, and of all people, Nozomi shoots Sirei and breaks him.
Which
Being the
is
last human, of course, she would be the one who gets to make that decision.
because it's
Her
a
hemoanima has almost left. She's weak and tired, but she made sure to put an effing bullet in Sirei and said, "Freaking stop!"
and I love that moment, and I think it's also such a cool like Sirei's whole thing with humanity ends up being his downfall in that moment because Nozomi's the last human. So I think it's like
Yeah.
he took out the bomb without like anyone knowing.
Hmm.
And so like she was the only one in that moment who would have been able to, change that course.
Oh yeah, I forgot the bombs were back in. So it wasn't that he was going to brainwash or hurt them. He was just going to kill them in that moment if they
Yeah,
didn't
no,
comply.
he was still willing to absolutely murder them.
By the way, follow that logic for a second. If they didn't comply, he was going to kill the whole team except for Nozomi, and then raise the planet. Who does that leave? Only Nozomi and a broken Sirei. Good job, Sirei.
Mm-hmm.
You did it, buddy. Like,
I
that doesn't make it's so stupid.
I have said this many times. I will say it one more time. Firing squad.
Firing
And
squad. Well, he
thankfully, that
was.
did happen in this
It did
ending.
happen. I like that Nozomi very rarely is like actively the first to do like harm against someone else. Like there's like rare exceptions, especially in routes where like just violence is crazy. But like in this route where she's just Nozomi, like her being the one just like nope, die. Like go girl. You good job. I'm proud of you. Anyway, Sirei needed that. Anyway, so we have the grand finale. The final countdown is like happening. The missiles are going to go off. There's no time to like just deactivate it some other way, and Sirei is gone. Gang. Oh, and Nozomi's Humo is like out. So like it's got to be everyone else who's left alive. We've got to go manually destroy the missiles.
You get this really
Uh,
cool, like, you get this really nice, like, CG of everyone in their class armors at the end. Just kind of
yeah,
be,
it's really good. Ingrain that in your memory.
yeah.
The smiles of everyone in this moment. They're fighting for something. Um, and
Like,
something bad happens. For some reason, there's this system in place. Did you want to say something?
I was just gonna say, like, it is this nice moment of, like, look, lots of bad decisions were made, and, like, because of it, humanity is now dead. But it is nice that, like, they are choosing to fight for like the survival of the futurans. They're kind of
Yeah,
realizing like, this is the thing we should have been doing from the start. We can at least do this. We can at least save
yeah.
them.
And they're willing to fight really hard for it, as we're going to find out, because now that the academy's in its final alert phase, a few things have happened. First of all, giant Shion mechs have been created to defend the missiles, because apparently this only happens in the final countdown.
It
We
diverts
talked
all
about this
the
before. It's
energy
really weird. All
into
remaining energy.
what it's called the intercept system.
Yes. Which
It
are like Veshness level mecha, fire mecha.
if not more powerful. It's interesting because they talk about, like, you hear the announcement about the intercept system, but in all other routes it's basically just delivered as a throwaway line of just like,
Yeah.
oh, I guess there's, like, I don't know, turrets or something that'll be in like the defense room. But it's like
Yeah.
you step in and it starts happening. It's like, no, giant like Gurren Lagann level, like Gurren Lagann looking like robots
Yep.
are like
And we've
all
talked
swarming the place.
we've talked before about how humanity's dumb and they could have just had a Shion robot fight and kill Veshnis like really early on, but whatever. So yeah, in order to manually destroy these missiles, we're gonna have to fight through Shion. Also, now
Very
that Sire is gone and we're in our last moments, the revival machine doesn't work anymore. We all have one life.
and very sadly, like Shion is basically in suspended animation after the final
Yeah.
battle. And like he is not, he seems to not be aware about what's going on. He would obviously
Yeah.
be very upset about having to fight his friends if he was like conscious.
Unfortunately, I believe we've already had our final conversation with Shion.
And
And
like,
thanks to Sire, now it looks like he's guaranteed to not have his final like happy talk with us or whatever. But
yep.
we've got to step to this. So yeah, so there's three giant fire mecha. We all only have one life, but we're willing to give them to save the future ends. So you get into what seems to be an impossible battle. You think you're just gonna go blow up these missiles, but they have crazy high HP, and these stronger than Veshnis level bosses, three of them are on the field, just ready to insta kill everyone.
Like I want to say like the first turn, I want to say what happened the first turn is I had most of my people, start attacking the missiles. The missiles have a lot of HP, but it seems manageable. I send like, I think it's Takamaru up. And he gets a decent amount of shield. I think he has like what 19, not 19, I think he's like 16 or something health in total. Okay, cool. This should help him like tank the bosses. One of them, so like I think it's like all three of them essentially swarm him. These things hit 10 HP. Takamaru dies in one turn. Let me be clear.
Yep.
A lot of your party members don't even have 10 HP.
Yep.
Like Takamaru is one of your best tanks. Like he can generate a lot of shield, but like it is.
Oh yeah, when he moves, he also gets additional defense. So that's 10 HP plus he had 16 HP plus additional defense, and still got one turn.
Yeah. So I think I had this strategy I was doing. I thought I was playing things out cool. No, immediately like Takamaru's down, and when he goes down, like it is a permanent death. He like gives a last speech before dying just to make sure like no, he is dead.
Yep. And
how did this
rough.
go for you, James? Do you remember?
So
your
I remember
first
like
one?
going to attack the first missile, and I realized like in that turn, like each missile was sporadically had more health than the previous, to the extent that some were like impossible. Like I was like, in the time that's left, how can I possibly destroy this? And then immediately like they started killing my guys, and I was like, oh no. And also items are turned off, I'm pretty sure. See, there's just nothing you could do. There's no clever scheme you can make to survive or to beat these bosses, which have crazy high HP too.
And like it's,
and I'm told. Go on.
You're what are you told?
You're told that you might have to just absorb your own teammates to get the power to do what you have to do to carry on their wishes.
Yeah, and like going back to, so whenever a person dies in this fight, they go down for good. And there was this like growing pit in my chest as this kept happening, because for me, the first person to die was Takamaru. He gives a very like, heroic last speech. He goes down honorably. Next person to die, I think, was Eito. He has a really good like last set of words where he kind of like, he literally speedruns his entire like character arc in like a single sentence. I thought that was so cool that they were able to just like have him articulate that in such an interesting and concise way. Just like entire character arc across this 120-hour game, your last words are going to be putting that in one line. But then like things start getting like really bad. And I
Hmm.
most most of the other characters, if not all of them, have like incredibly depressing last words. Like Eito and Takamaru, they get nice hero ones, but like the game makes it clear like this is not something that like they're able to feel good. Most people are able to feel good about in the moment. I believe like Kako, who if you remember is like younger than everyone else. Her last words are literally just like, "I'm scared. I don't want to die." Um, I
That's
Subasa
that's sad.
Subasa is like, "There's so many things I wish I could have done, and I'm never going to get to do them now." Like Gaku, God bless him. I know we've like ragged on him so much, but like he literally his like hit me super hard where he's just like, I had, like I had this whole family that I thought I was fighting for, and but that all ended up being like a fake memory. I guess everything we did here was completely useless and worthless.
God.
And like, man, the fact that like this is essentially like the true ending. This is what you're supposed to see kind of as like at least the thematic big ending, and it to end with like all of these characters dying in a way that's like not cathartic at all, just like really hitting home. Like in conflict, in a war, there aren't heroes. Like when someone dies there, that is just their hopes, their dreams, everything that they had been up until that point just being severed.
Yep. God,
And
that's rough.
yeah, and as you said, after that I think it's after the first death, like they basically say to Takumi like, "Hey, you like this is getting to be too much. Like we might not be strong enough, but you might be if you absorb our hemo anima once we're gone."
Yeah. And you take our hopes, our dreams, our the things we wanted to do. You take that strength, and you point it in the direction you need to. And I also think like games like it's just stories like this about war, putting in front of you like individual deaths and getting you attached to someone and watching them like suffer and die is important because it's like humans have our really struggle grasping like vague things like large numbers or people we haven't met. So like just vaguely saying, "Oh, we're gonna raise the planet, kill everyone," is one thing. But it's like no, for every like friend you're making here and how sad it is watching them die, like you're doing that on the scale of like millions. Like this is what you're trying to prevent happening to other people, and now you're fighting for them after you've been fighting against them for so long. Um, and now you have the chance to do that. And so you at this point you what's interesting by the way is whenever a character dies and you absorb them, there's like a unique animation for this. It's like nowhere else in the game. I think it's really cool they made one just for this. But
Really,
like individually you'll go up and absorb them and it will increase your range and your power and your speed and everything. It'll just make your stats go crazy.
it's also notable that like, and yeah, it's this unique, like he like stabs them as they're like on the ground, and it's also interesting
Yeah.
as like it isn't the only unique thing about the fight, and that like nowhere, I believe nowhere else except in like a few scripted fights with like you one person during those fights, this fight is the only one to have like corpses for all of your teammates. Like
Yeah.
it's important
That
to mention
stay.
in other parts of the game, like they when a party member dies, you don't get like a corpse model for them. It's I think it's like immediately like the little healing drone picks them up and carries them
Well,
away.
yeah, they splat on the ground and then a drone immediately comes to pick them up. So I don't know if that was that same model or what, but
But it's like
yeah,
now they just stay there.
and also importantly, I mentioned this during like the Vestinus route, but there are other routes where you like kill and absorb teammates for one reason or another. But I feel like you don't get as powerful there because like there you're just and this is something with hemo anima in general, but just like taking someone's hemo anima versus like them giving it to you, them entrusting that power to you, like is does have an important distinction. It can like bring you crazy power to be fighting for someone with their own strength.
Yeah,
And I think
and
that's something important here. Is like you're fighting for everyone. You're carrying their hopes with you.
yeah, and James, like I really am curious, like what was it like for you when you first saw that like that is how you had to finish, like that is what you had to do to actually succeed in this like final
It
fight?
was I was like amazed. I figured something like that would eventually happen because from the start of the game, it's just like, yeah, feel free to die, kill yourself all the time. And I always was sus of like the revival machine. I was like, why does it want us to die? You know, and I feel like it's more the game trying to get us used to death not mattering, so that when it does matter, you're just like you just feel defenseless. You're just like, I really thought I could out scheme the boss, but no, like my character is gone forever now. That was the end of Kako's story. That was the end of Gaku. That was the end of Eito. That was the end of Hirako. It's just over for them, and that was pretty hard. Um, I thought it was really like thematically relevant though, and also yeah, just carrying on everyone's wishes and using that as power was important. Honestly, once it started happening and everyone started dying, I was just absorbing them, and just you become so crazy strong and fast. It's insane. I started seeing like what happened if I tried to beat the boss, but they just like respawn. And it becomes
Yeah,
incredibly easy once everyone's gone to like get rid of all the missiles, and you get this really nice shot of once all the missiles are destroyed. The last thing you have to do is kill. You still have to kill Shion because the system won't deactivate even with the missiles gone. Like you're not safe, and Shion, his will has already been forcibly taken from him. The thing will probably suck him dry at this point. He'll probably die.
it
So you
probably
have
is
to
a
end it.
mercy to go ahead
Yeah.
and
So
end
you
it.
do this final attack where you run up all by your lonesome because everyone else is dead, and you go to push the sword in, and every single person appears sort of like as a spirit or a memory, and they stand behind you and they all help you push in the blade to end it.
But
And
another really interesting thing is and like I was tearing up like already during the fight, but like that shot just made me tear up as well, like seeing the symbolic like hopes and dreams of everyone pushing Takumi forward. And what's interesting is
yeah.
that he, right before he puts the sword in, he's joined by one more figure, Karua.
Oh yeah.
So what do you think about that? Because I feel like that's actually a very like I feel like that's really up to interpretation.
I think it's
Of
as simple as no matter what Takumi knows, Karawa, it's just like for everyone else. Like they may know the truth now that their history is fake, but that stuff is real to them. That made them who they are. Like for Takumi, Karawa was his best friend and the person he was fighting for, and they're gone. But what she represented, the memories he shares with her, like her kindness, like on some level that's still what pushes him on. And like when he thinks about her, like what she potentially would be, if she existed, but when he thinks about her, he's like, this is what she would want too. She wouldn't want me to stop here. It's like
yeah,
she may not exist anymore, but I'm fighting for what Karawa would want too.
yeah, and it really is interesting because it's like in both a literal and a metaphorical way. Like Karua slash Nozomi is what made Takumi human.
Yeah, that's really good. And well, you know what happens from there. A big old dramatic explosion. I was actually worried because I was like, wasn't Nozomi in the building? She said she'd stay put, but no, she actually got out for some reason
They had
and
told
is
her.
outside of the building.
I think they had told her like you should probably like go to where the pod is, and she says like no, I'm going to stay inside the cafeteria. But I think it's like she changed her mind. I guess.
Maybe because she was not in the building, and good thing she wasn't because the whole building explodes. And Takumi gets launched out like a little pebble. He only survives because his hemo anima is so strong, but he ain't doing so hot. And so we get our final scene with Takumi here, which I really love, which is he's all injured. He's clearly not going to last. The revival machines are gone. His hemo anima is leaving him. He's just full of holes, and Nozomi holds him, and they have this final interaction. Which, by the way, if you've looked through all the CGs in the gallery, this one has the most like individual versions. It's got like 16 or something for just this one moment. Um, Lots of individual shots of like them moving their hands and their eyes and stuff. But they just kind of talk, and he's clearly saying his goodbyes. He knows he's gonna die, and he tells her, he holds out her hand and he puts in his hand and he says, "Take these. These are everyone's hopes and dreams here now in your hand, and like move forward with them. Carry these on. You are the one who carries on like our legacy from this point." I don't remember the exact phrase. It's something like that. And it's really good. That part really hit me, and the voice acting too. Well, I guess this part's not voice. They come back to it in a minute, but this part really hit me, and I thought it was really lovely. And it specifies that at this point, like Takumi's like consciousness is fading out, and he's like, "Oh, you were there all along, Karawa." And Nozomi, knowing that it's the end, it's just like, "Yes, it's me. I was always here with you." And Takumi like is peacefully able to pass on, and that's just like,
Yeah, and like
really nice. It's really really sad and just nice though that those two have that interaction, because Nozomi the whole game wants to be Nozomi. She's not anyone else. She's not your weird friend from your imagination or whatever that you think she is. She's Nozomi. She chose to come here to fight, but in this final moment, like to bring comfort to Takumi, she's like, "Yes, it's me." I mean, and in her mind too, she always was Karawa anyway, because that's who she was, the influence that created her in his mind. But to Takumi, that might as well be someone else, and her accepting that is like,
yeah, and I mean,
just
it's
bringing comfort to him is really nice.
and in a way, like it's in that moment, it is like Takumi saying goodbye to the very first actual person he ever saw, even if he wasn't
Yeah.
necessarily conscious and aware. Like, it was probably like that was probably him seeing Nozomi was probably like the first time that he had like seen a person and that image like stuck in his head, and
Without a doubt, Nozomi's the most important and impactful person in his life.
Mm-hmm. And I love this scene so much. I was crying during it. And I part of what makes it so impactful is like once he starts, kind of losing consciousness and calling her Nozomi, like the scene is actually like paralleling um the stuff that Nozomi was saying
The
when she
opposite.
died back in the
Yeah.
first 100 days.
Yeah. Because in that route, she remembered and was seeing him, and yeah, I didn't even think about that. You're right.
Yeah.
And after that, she just buries him, and now the academy's gone, the war is over, and she has nowhere to go and nothing to do except to walk on and try to find anyone. Were you gonna say something?
No, not really. I mean, like it's I just a realization hitting me now as well of like she buries Takumi, but like all the others, like all the others
They're
didn't
gone.
didn't even get like a grave, like
Well, their bodies are probably,
their
honestly,
bodies were like
what was left of them.
incinerated. They were like mummified and incinerated.
Yeah, and it's like that's all the more important that she carries on their memory, because there's nothing else. There is no record, like, and especially to this planet, they were foreign evil soldiers or whatever. So like to know that their last efforts were to fight to protect the planet and the people on it specifically, and that they won't be remembered. It's like Nozomi now has to carry that with her, not just their dreams, but who they were. And it's like that's really powerful.
Yeah, it's like,
Um,
as powerful as it is, it really is just like you do just get this overwhelming feeling of like, man, this like really is the bad ending. Like this,
yeah, this
we
sucks.
we made
We
so
reached the
many
truth,
horrible
but man,
decisions to get here, and like,
yeah, we got the whole truth, but man, at what cost?
mm-hmm.
Um, but it just goes to show that all those other routes, it may seem happier, but if we don't know the truth, then We're missing something important.
Yeah, and I
Um,
think it was an incredibly like ambitious and interesting decision to make your main route be like the bad one, you know.
and
And there's one last
yeah, I
scene to talk
agree.
about.
Yeah, so Nozomi goes walking all alone on her lonesome on this foreign alien planet. She's not like she's been here for what 100 days, but she's still an alien here, and she's also someone who brought great harm just being there, and now she's looking and carrying forward, knowing she's the remaining hope for not the remaining hope, but she's like carrying on the hope of the others. And she keeps walking and walking until she's just exhausted, and she runs into these kids. She finally sees some kids. They look like they're hooded. They're kind of like the kids we saw in the Goodbye Ato route. May or may not be the same ones. And she's confronted with them grabbing like a crowbar or something off the ground, like a pipe, ready to fight her, maybe beat her to death. Uh, that's not good, and it's really terrifying. It's a really terrifying experience going into the unknown.
Like
And
James, I was so
she had
afraid.
many. I was too.
I was so afraid of like the credits like of it like cutting to credits then.
Knowing Kadaka, I was kind of afraid the kids would just go for it and like kill her, and that would be it. Like imagine she died there, and then the credits rolled. Like that'd be horrific.
Mm-hmm.
But like the idea of like the meaninglessness of that. But like no, it just goes in the opposite way. She has this moment where she's terrified, and she even like clenches her fist, like she's kind of angry at the circumstance and she doesn't know what to do. And then she remembers the scene we were just talking about, but now it's 3D and voiced, and I really love it where you hear Takumi talking to her, saying, "You carry on our hopes and wishes." And the voice acting is so good there. Like this is actually when I started to cry and tear up a bit. I'm not one to like full on cry. I need like loud music for that. But like I started to tear up just at the voice acting because it was delivered so well. And in that moment, like Nozomi remembers what she needs to do, and she just closes her eyes and holds out her hand, like just praying that some sort of understanding can be reached, that you don't have to fight. And God bless, the kid comes over, puts the weapon down, and grabs her hand. And Nozomi just bursts into tears, crying, and they just hold each other for a minute.
Yeah, it's just
And
like
Takumi's spirit question mark like looks on happily with a thumbs up, knowing you did it, girl.
yeah, just
Credits roll.
what a powerful ending. Like
Oh, it's so good.
it's crazy to
She's
hit that after like cuz a lot of the endings like a lot of the endings of this game are satisfying and are conclusive, but like they just pull out all the stops to like make you feel like this no, this is a real ending with real
yeah.
catharsis we are giving you.
We found the truth, we resolved the threads. This is now the last human, and they have to both carry the weight of the past and the sins and the legacy of humanity, but also the memories of the fallen Last Defense Academy members and what they were fighting for. And there's just so much on her shoulders, and now she's gotta try to be the bridge to these people they've been fighting for so long, and
Mhm.
hoping just to God that they can make something work. That it doesn't have to be suffering anymore. That there can be some happiness in the future, and that's just really nice. And I love the credits music. Not only do you get a version of the credits that's a full, but also like it's like golden tinted, I guess. But it plays like a sad piano version of the the main theme. Hold on, what's the song called? It's called Sedum. That's it. I really like that song in the first 100 days. How many days?
Yeah.
I really like that song anyway, but this like sad piano version like really hits hard. But also it's just like the implication of that song is just like, how long, must this be like, will we be doing this? How long will it take until we get like a happy ending? And now it's just sort of like rubbing it in like
Mhm.
how long it's taken to get here.
And
And
like,
how much longer will it take from this point onwards and all that stuff?
yeah, how much longer, especially since now like you have reached a much worse like conclusion than
Yeah.
the like first 100 days. Like,
It's worse for us, but in the end, like it is worse, but also like the aggressors of both sides have been wiped out. There's only one human left. The Futurans who are left are the ones who weren't fighting. Like peace can probably be achieved at this point, but yeah, like all the people who could have potentially made peace, all the people who could have lived their lives are just gone now because of all this.
yeah, like I feel like it is a real I feel like it's really really good at being like a cautionary tale about, you know, trying to play Empire, and how that like is just, it leads to just a horrible system that will only cause like suffering for years and years and years, and I mean not even just years but generations. And I do really like that Nozomi was left alive in the end. I think it really does represent this kind of, you know, it does represent this hope that people can always change, they can always work towards peace. And I do like that it is Nozomi that is having to make that final decision to hold out her hand to, you know, basically
Yeah.
surrender and, you know, put her life on the line for peace. Because I, with these
Yeah.
narratives, there is always this hypocrisy that people will kind of point out, which is that like a lot of times in these situations, like the person being colonized, the one who is like the victim in the situation, is expected to be the first one to, you know, lay down their arms and to stop fighting, when like they
Yeah.
were trying in the larger scale things, like they're trying to defend themselves. And I think
Hmm.
that this, you know, the way this narrative ends, I do like that onus for being the one to stop fighting, being the one to work towards peace, is put on, you know, a member of the group that is occupying.
Yeah. Um, I wanted to read this line more accurately. It says, "Take all the hopes I have here in my hand. Nobody wants to fight. They just want to live in peace. That's all everyone ever wanted." And it's just like I remember it also shows this like clip flashback of like all the other members when they were still alive, and it's like yeah, all those people, like even the crazy ones on your team, like no one ever was actively wanting to like fight and kill people. Like they all just wanted to live their lives, and that's all that people who are left do want to. Um,
Now, I know this will,
I
I
think
James, I know
the
this
world
will
had a
ruin the
happier
moment,
ending.
but
Uh-huh.
like he says that line, but it's like we just fought Veshness.
Yeah, well, she
Like
wants to fight. She's crazy.
that woman wanted to murder from day
She's
one.
absolutely the exception. She was born out the womb ready to kill people. I know we said before that it's her environment shaped her. I don't know, but it just might just be. I'm just kidding. I know why she's like she is. It's just I like to imagine she was born out the womb with a knife in her hand already. Like, all right, have at it. This is the bad beginning. Anyway, Carter, I'm sure we could talk about this forever, but I think it's not a bad idea if we want to go ahead and wrap up
I Yeah,
because
I mean,
we,
we've gone all the way to the end of it. I would like
you
to
know,
discuss. We didn't. I think we might as well go ahead and say like the places we put second scenario in and why we did it.
we
Um,
already did. That's like what we said at the start of this whole podcast for today.
did
I mean, you
we?
can be more specific if you'd like. I said that I put them in S and A because I feel like second is the best and really encapsulate the whole game and really feels rewarding after the first 100 days. And I feel Rebellion is just really good in general.
Yeah,
Um,
I had you know, I had put second tier. I think that the ending itself is like S tier. I think that like
mhm.
you know, the last like 25% of second tier is amazing. I do
Mhm.
just have the criticism of like, especially in comparison to first scenario and coming of age, I think that the character development and like the character relations can
Could be
sometimes
better.
feel a little underwhelming. Like I will
Yeah.
say, I think that Takumi's romance with Nozomi is not as convincing in second
No, not at
scenario
all.
as it is in coming
Well, to
of
be
age.
fair, I don't know how romantic it's supposed to be in second scenario because they never really push that. I do trust that they care about each other a lot, and I would
They
believe if they were romantic, but it never really
they do
like
a
pushes
will
that hard.
they do a will they won't they thing in
Yeah,
second scenario that I think is that I think is very intentional, and that
I
like
think.
it specifically ends with Nozomi be it's like Nozomi and in the main character are both like, hey, once we've finished this war, once we've finished this
Yeah,
fight, like let's go like meet somewhere again
yeah.
once like we're in
I'm sure they'll
peacetime.
get to do that.
And I think it's supposed to be like I believe like they didn't do like a full romance like they did in coming of age because it makes the tragedy of the ending, it's another layer to the tragedy of the ending that like
Yeah,
it's another want and hope and dream that like has gotten cut off.
yeah. It can never be. Um, yeah, and I feel like second scenario and even first scenario, for that matter, like build on a lot of ideas to make you like want to tug at them. Like, what's this about? Like, what's this character's thing about? And then they don't, so that could potentially be another route. Like I want to
Yeah.
know about Flame Boy. Okay, we'll branch through here and learn more about him. But stuff like that. But yeah, I understand the placement, and I really like it. If they ever do DLC routes, I'd like to see if they can make them around as good as this or better, or improve on things, address our complaints. Um, but yeah, I think that about calls it. I'm sure there are more things we could say to each other, but if we try to, like I said, if we try to get everything, this will be an infinite recording.
Mm-hmm.
So I think this is about where we can call it.
Yeah.
Thank you for talking with me about 100 Line, Carter.
Thank you for telling me about 100 line in the first place and like letting me know that it was actually good. Like
Yeah, thank
you
you, Kodaka and Uchikoshi, for both being insane and putting it
mhm.
on my radar.
Please continue to be insane and never stop writing.
Yeah.
You know,
Um,
we
I
need
have
at
to say about
least
this
10 more 100 lines.
after I don't know how long all these recordings will be put together. It feels like 20 hours. But after all that, I have to say didn't like the game very much. 4 out of 10. I don't really have much to say about it. What about you, Carter?
Like maybe if we just reset again, maybe if we just start from the beginning,
Yeah,
this
yeah,
this
yeah.
time it'll be better.
Yeah. Thank you all for listening.
thank
Hope you
thank
enjoy.
thank you everyone.
And uh, I was trying to think of something clever to say to round it out. Someone play carousel.
Yep. Um
Bye bye.
yeah. If you've like listened to all of this, thank you so much for your time. I
Yeah,
am
and also
glad.
we're sorry.
Yep, I am sorry, but I am also glad to have a place to yap.
um, the company who made the game, I'm forgetting. If you're listening to this, can you please make a plush of Sea Ray so I can fill him with milk and throw him against a wall? Thank you.